Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. Saturday, December 10th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. The 121st meeting, Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Good afternoon and welcome to the 123rd edition of Army-Navy America's Game. I'm Mac McGee. I'll bring you play-by-play, and my right-hand man, Mr. Tones Areola, will be with me. Tones, how are you today?
I'm great, brother. I love these Army-Navy matchups, and I'm glad to be here doing it right on Braves Country with my man, Mr. Mac McGee. I can't wait to do it. I look forward to these games every year, and I'm really excited. We got some good players to look out for in this one.
Absolutely. We'll get into pretty much everything going on here, Army, Navy. That's pretty much all we'll talk about. If something were to break, this being a Braves channel, if something were to break via Braves, we would definitely address it. But we're going to focus on Army, Navy today, the 123rd edition, as I mentioned. And Navy leads at all time 62, 53, and 7 ties. Of course, that's no longer possible, as that was long before the overtime rules. And the longest streak in Army Navy history, Navy won from 2002 to 2015, a total of 14 consecutive wins. Army, on the other hand, they went a period from 1922 to 1933. There were a couple of games that were not played, but they went 8-0-2. There were 2 ties, so they went that entire duration without losing to Navy. And so Navy broke the 3-game win streak last year of Army. Army was heavily favored. This year Navy is a little bit favored. They're favored by 3, and that's where we are going right now to give us a kind of a heads up of what's going on in the Army Navy matchup. I'll flip it over to Tones Areola. Tones, what do you see in today's game?
It's going to be critical on this one. Navy's rushing defense has been impeccable this year. They've only let up 6 rushing touchdowns on the ground, while letting up just over 84 yards per game on the ground per carry would be incredible. They let up about 85 yards per game and only 6 rushing touchdowns the whole year, Navy's defense. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Army's rushing offense, 37 rushing touchdowns on the season and north of 300 rushing yards per game. So it's going to be a fierce battle of Army rushing against Navy running defense. And one other key thing while these teams are on offense, can they execute the big ones? The quarterbacks, Ballard for Army, Lavatai for Navy, combined just over 1,100 passing yards in totality on the season. So it's critical when these teams do take to the air, although very rare, that they execute those potential big pass plays. And defensively, these defenses need to bend but not break. They can't let the game get away from them as both of these offenses attack on the ground game. So they won't be able to come back from big deficits. And one interesting note to hint here as well, the Commander-in-Chief trophy is not on the line today, as Air Force is involved in that as well. And Air Force does have victories over both Army and Navy thus far this season. Looking at some players to look out for. Leo Lowen, linebacker on Army, 80 tackles so far this year, 3 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 2 interceptions. Look out for the junior, number 31 from Austin, Texas. He'll be ready to roll today for that Army defense, who will look to slow down this Navy team as much as possible. Then offensively for Army, we're going to get into their quarterback a little bit. Cade Ballard, only 335 passing yards on the year, 2 passing touchdowns. So he'll look and see if he could come up with something. Only 36 passing attempts so far on the season for him. He'll look to see if he could do more. On the ground, he hasn't really been too effective either. Most rushing yards for him so far this year have been 65. So they'll see if Ballard could get going or who else might step up for them today at quarterback. Their running quarterback is Mr. Thayer Tyler. So watch out for him, as he's amassed just north of 300 passing yards on the year, but on the ground, he is their main threat. So it'll be interesting to see him run wild. His last game at Massachusetts, he had 11 attempts for 101 yards on the ground and 3 touchdowns. That's Thayer Tyler. So their 2 quarterbacks, Ballard more the passing one, Tyler more of the running one there. Again, that is for Army, the offensive side of the ball. We're going to dig into Navy here on the defensive side of the ball. Navy comes into the game at 4-7, and their defense has been little to had desire so far on the season, but they can get after the quarterback at times when the ball is in the air, as some of their starting D linemen, 3 of them combine to a total of 9 sacks. So when the ball is in the air, these guys do know how to get after the ball. And offensively for Navy, their main running back is going to be the one to look out for them. Fofana, I believe is how you pronounce it, is 175 carries for just around 800 yards and 6 touchdowns on the season. So it's going to be a battle of the ground game, that's for sure. But the keys for both of these teams, when they do take it to the air, could Navy find a guy like Umbarger, who does have around 300 receiving yards? Could Army find Alston? And could they execute on those rare pass plays and try and get some big plays going against one another while they try and continue to stifle each other's ground games?
Well, we are about set, and we're just moments away from the kick. And once again, Navy is a 3-point favorite. And looking at the line right now to just double check before we hit kickoff, it's been moving down, and once again it's down again. So Navy's now a 2.5-point favorite. The over under is 32. So expecting a low scoring game, but we're getting pretty good weather today. It's not your typical Army Navy snowstorm. So we hope to have a little more sparks fly, but these two teams will try to ground and pound as we look forward to a big night in UFC. They're going to be looking to ground and pound all game long. Let's go ahead and take that quick break, reset. We'll come in with the national anthem and Army Navy number 123. Cannot wait. We'll be back in just a moment. Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Okay, we are just about set, and there is always pageantry involved in this game, so we will await that. They are getting ready for right now. I believe they're doing a moment of silence, so we do want to be respectful of that. I did find a very interesting thing, Tones, that has become a tradition. They've been doing this for years, and I was not aware of this until last night. One of the cool things that they do at the Army Navy game, and let me make sure I've got it right. It's called the Prisoner Exchange. Have you heard of this?
I have not, actually. I'm intrigued to hear what this is all about.
So this goes back decades. I think it's a pretty cool tradition. So pretty regularly, the Army Navy game, you're obviously getting the cadets and the midshipmen together, and we all understand that. But the other cool thing about it is you've got these two academies where there will be Army cadets that go and study over with the Naval Academy and vice versa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And pre-game of this game, they do something on the field called prisoner exchange, where they return those students to the rightful academies, whether it's just for the game or whether they're actually coming home. But I think that's a really cool thing that I was not aware of.
I think that's incredible, and that just builds to an already special day and a special game. And I think that's really a special thing they do, and I think that's awesome. I did not know that as well, but that even adds to the intensity in my eyes of this beloved Army-Navy matchup.
So as we get set for this game, and they're presenting the colors right now at midfield, and like I said, it appears to me that we're going to get pretty good weather. I believe it's being touted somewhere in the high 40s during the game, and we're not expecting. I'm telling you right now, 9 times out of 10, this Army-Navy game gets snow flurries, because it is taking place in Philadelphia this year. Now, the next few years, it's actually going to move around a bit. 2023 in Boston, 2024 in Washington, D.C., 2025 essentially across the street in Baltimore, and 26 it'll be in New Jersey, 27 in Philadelphia. And the place that they have, I'm going to give you a guess on a trivia question here. Where would you think they have played the most games of Army-Navy not in Philadelphia? Most sites in one stadium.
I'm going to have to go with Dallas, Texas.
The old Polo Grounds.
Wow.
8 times they played there. And a lot of times it was around wartime. It made it a little simpler because they were playing in New York. And so the old Polo Grounds, another cool thing is you're broadcasting out of Chicago. In 1926, they did play a game in Chicago honoring World War I and the veterans and, of course, the fallen heroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hence the name Soldier Field. They commenced that name on that day. And I thought that was a pretty cool thing. So we are getting set here, and the players are taking the field as they are finishing up with the colors. We're going to take a really quick break and step away and let them finish that as we go to break. When we come back, we should have kickoff of Army-Navy. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, bringing you the 123rd Army-Navy. Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com /@Braves Country.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Army Navy. Mac McGee and Tones Areola. Tones, looks like they are about to get set. What are you looking for in the beginning here as we get the kickoff set for Army Navy?
It's going to be incredible. Again, it looks like they are going with Tyler out there for quarterback. They're running quarterback more so on that side of the ball for Army. So look for them to try and spruce up this Navy running defense early on. Once again, Navy's only allowing 85.5 yards per game on the ground. So Army says, okay, our main focal point of our offense is a running attack. Let's put our guy Tyler out there who can get us over 100 running yards on the ground as quarterback out there. So look for Army to try and spruce it up a little bit in their packages with the quarterback. Perhaps quarterback keepers, especially on the outside, to try and break a long one off against this Navy tough running defense. Up the middle might be tough to get carries on and yardage on. So look for some outside runs playing and maybe even a play action here or there, and maybe get lucky and try and attempt not a lot of passes, but here and there try and break one, because this Navy running defense is really tough.
I would kind of suspect that Army's got to have something in play here, maybe some trick plays, something to get the offense moving down the field. Now, Navy has given up a lot of points this year, but at the same token, what you're really looking for here is to try to get big chunks of yards and then run your typical offense, right? Because the biggest problem when you run these option offenses where there's not a lot of chunks being gained through the air is that any kind of holding penalty, anything like that, can sometimes put you so far behind the chains that you have to punt. And that's one of the reasons why we are looking at 16 consecutive contests between Army Navy has hit the under. Well, what's interesting, this under is a lot lower than previous unders. Of those 16 contests, 9 of those 16 would have actually hit the over if the over would have been today's number at 32.
And I believe that last year's game, I was actually in Tampa, Florida for it. I remember vividly, though, last year's game got off to a quick score and start, I believe, and then all of a sudden the brake pedals hit. So 32 points over under in this one, not enough for me to go after. But I will say it will be interesting to see how they attack this on offense. I think, as you alluded to, Army has to try some trickery here. They got to try and get something going here. And why not? In a game like today, none of these teams could reach a bowl game, so this is their final game of the season. Although Army has 5 wins, 2 of their wins have come against FCS opponents, thus barring him from a bowl game. So pull out all the stops here, leave nothing behind.
Absolutely. Are you ready to give me a quick prediction before we get kickoff?
I'm going with Army 17, Navy 14.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll have to go Navy. I've got Navy, and I'll go ahead and take the over for once. We'll say not by much, but I'm going to go with Navy 21, Army We'll say Army 14, 21-14.
And that would be exciting for this one. And kudos to both of these awesome academies. My uncle was in the Navy a while back, so thanks to all who served on both sides, including the Air Force as well. Anytime two of these three teams play, I love it, but Army Navy in particular has that big game special feel.
Absolutely. As we are getting set, Army, Navy, they're of course, everyone stands the entire game. Another really cool tradition about this game, you don't dare sit for Army Navy. And we are just about ready for kickoff as Army is in gold pants and trying to describe it, but the camera keeps moving around on because the place is absolutely shaking violently. It's a Army fatigue color base on the actual jersey itself with yellow stripes. Navy appears to be in all white, and we are just about set from the 35-yard line, getting ready for that kickoff. And about time, here we go. And it is off. And it is a deep kick, and it will go in and out of the end zone, and Navy will get the ball on a touchback.
And Cole Talley kicked the kabooty out of that one as we got 69,879 people on their feet. The stadium's electric, and Cole Talley had an electric kickoff to start.
Army, Navy, 0-0 is your score, and we're getting set for the first play from scrimmage as Navy in the all whites and red, white, and blue helmets. And from a distance, it almost looks like the old Denver Broncos helmets. And here's the shotgun snap. Navy will take it around the side and gets banged for about maybe a 1-yard gain, and it'll be second down.
And you could expect that here today from this Navy offense. The running game is going to be at it heavy and often. And I believe that was Terrell Jr. on the carry who got a couple yards. Look for them to keep attacking that ground game.
Navy,
that was Xavier Airline, I'm sorry.
Navy nothing, Army nothing. 14-28 left here in the first quarter. And shotgun snack, man in motion, and the handoff is up the middle, and he will take it all the way up about a yard short of the first down. So it'll be third and very short. Nice bit of running there by 45.
And it looks like Navy is alluding to that big fullback early on. They said they were going to go at him often today. And Daba Fofana, we've seen him often this year. 7-yard gain on the ground. Nice one there.
So it'll be 3rd and 1. And Navy, once again, they're wearing all whites, white pants, white jerseys, and that snapping the handoff, and it's up the gut, and he will get the first down barely, but it looks like he powered through, got the nose of the ball over the line.
And once again, that's the man of the hour, it seems right now. That's a big tailback right there. So Daba Fofana got the first down by the hair on his chin, gets 1.5 yards there. Navy keeps the drive alive. Good job with the ground game.
Great job there, and they're kind of throwing us off because they're showing replays of last year's game. 1st and 10 from the 34. Snap, and the handoff is off to the left-hand side. Student body left, and it'll get for about a yard gain as Army sniffs it out.
Yeah, and good job there by the Army defense to be all over that one. As we alluded to, Navy tries to get to the outside, tries to stretch it a little bit with Vincent Terrell Jr., 5'8" man right there, 175 pounds out of Honolulu, Hawaii, just can't get to the outside.
Appears to be a man down on Navy. We'll have to get a better look at that as we go to look at the replay.
It looks like I can't even begin to speculate. I didn't see anything on the initial replay right there, but let's see. Oh, looks like they might have rolled up on the ankle of big number 75 on that Navy offensive line. So it looks like they were an offensive casualty. The running back does bar up into the ankle, and it seems like he rolls it for Kendall Whiteside, 6'2" guard, 280 pounds from Tampa, Florida. Let's hope he's okay. Or they actually have 275s. I think that's actually Sam Glover, the big offensive tackle, 6'3", 265, out of Pickerington, Ohio, that appears to be. So hopefully he's okay, and we'll see.
Did you say it was number 65? Because I couldn't get a good look at it.
Number 75, I believe. Navy has two of them listed. I believe that one's Sam Glover, 6'3", offensive tackle out of Pickerington, Ohio. The other 75 they have listed, both offensive linemen, is Kendall Whiteside out of Tampa, Florida.
So they have gone to a quick break because they are tending to the injured player. And if it is Sam Glover starting left tackle, that could be a big loss.
And I do believe that would be him at that point, and that would be a big loss for a team that loves to run it on the ground. Once again, both these teams built on the ground. They love to keep it on that ground. Would be a big loss early on for a team looking to drive and score early.
If you're just joining us, Army nothing, Navy nothing. We're just getting going here in the first quarter. A couple of minutes into the game, Navy took the opening kickoff. They got a first down after a hard run up the middle on 3rd and short. And we are now sitting, waiting for them to come back. And should be once again, these Army Navy games, one of the best things about these games, one of the reasons why it's one of my favorite, is that not only do you normally get a really close game because the two offenses don't typically open it up. I don't know what we would get if one of these offenses turned into like an air raid type thing, right? And the other one's still running the option. But then the other thing that everyone really falls in love with, and why not, is the pageantry that you get with all the men and women in dress, and of course all the different nuances of Army Navy that we'll be reporting throughout the game. We mentioned the prisoner exchange. Another cool thing that they do at the end of the game is that both alma maters are played, and they each stand at attention as the action is back, and shotgun snap around the end is number 7, and quarterback number 7, Xavier Airline, will get just short of the first down marker. We'll call it about 3rd and about 2.
And our line is already at it and often today, and that's a big key contributor for this Navy offense. Our line's ground game. You see him trying to attack it there. Nice job, sets him up for 3rd and manageable.
So it'll be 3rd and 1, and once again we've got another player down, but see if they're going to hold up play because he is on the sideline, but he's kind of close to the sideline. It looks like they will let them go ahead and play. It's a hard push. And is that our line that is down? Maybe. We'll have to check on that here.
Yeah, that is our line down, and it looks like number 9, Masai Maynor, is putting his helmet on, backup quarterback out in North Brunswick, New Jersey, at 192 pounds, a senior standing at 6 foot tall. Looks like he's getting ready to come into the game.
So already we've got an injury, pretty significant injury if he cannot go back into the game. They are tending to him, and there is a timeout on the field.
That would be 2 huge blows for the Navy early on, McGee. Starting tackle, starting quarterback. For a team that likes to run the ball a lot with their quarterback, that doesn't sound like a recipe for success early.
No, and this offense is kind of built around our line, and to be able to get him back in, they are tending to him. He is standing up, so we'll see. But it is 3rd and 1. And as you mentioned, Maynor comes in. He takes the snap. He hands it off around the edge. And once again, it's number 45, Daba Fofana, for the Navy first down.
And the young man from Cumming, Georgia, Daba Fofana, the fullback listed, more so running back, 5'8", 205, sophomore, is at it early and often today. You could tell he's Navy's key contributor at this point right now. Beautifully done.
So now we'll get set here as it'll be 1st and 10. They're close to midfield. Ball is sitting at the 49-yard line of Navy. And shotgun snap. You got 4 wide on the outsides, and the first snap in, he is going to go down. He fakes the handoff on an RPO, holds on to it, and that was a mistake. Number 99 comes in and corrals him for about a 6-yard loss.
And it's the holiday season. We just had Thanksgiving, but Chris Frey, big number 99 D lineman from Canyon Lake, California, gobbled him up like a turkey. Holy cow, what a welcome ringing in bell to the holiday season he laid on him. Big fellow drops him for a loss of 4.
So they're going to give him only a 4-yard loss. He was actually dropped back for about 6 yards, but they're going to give him the line to gain up front. 2nd and 14, and under center, the snap. And Maynard's running for his life. He's scrambling. He's going to go around the end. He's got daylight. He's going to go down the sidelines and get the first down.
And it appears that our line's healthy enough to scamper back in the game. So he was back on that one and created a Madden-type video game play as he moves quickly there. And he's enough to move the chains. Xavier Arline, we're seeing why he's so important so early on. Looks like Madden out there.
Xavier Arline, number 7, back in the game, shotgun formation. And there looks like there's going to be a false start on Navy. Army jumps across, but number 79 looks like he's going to get the flag. That is number 79.
That's Big Bradley.
And that is Bradley. And I believe Bradley is in for the injured Glover. So already causing problems for the midshipmen.
And you can't have that. Ahmad Bradley, big 320 pounds, committing a bad penalty there.
So we'll have 1st and 15 now from the 46, shotgun snap, and the handoff is around the right side, and down goes number 24, McQuell Haywood. He gets maybe a few yard gain, but it'll be a long 2nd down.
This Army defense is fast to the football. They got there really quick on that one. Kudos to Army for flying around right there. And that one was thanks to their linebacker, Camden O'Gara from Cincinnati, Ohio, right there.
So the midshipmen did get 4 yards on that gain, so it's going to be 2nd down and 10. And now in a shotgun formation, the snap, and it's a jet sweep around the right side. Stumbled and getting drilled is number 24, Haywood. He kind of stumbled as he got the handoff and could not get around the edge.
And it's the same too. Number 26, the defensive back out of Covington, Georgia, Quindrelin Hammonds, and lays the initial look on big number 54. Who else comes in again to clean it up? These guys are everywhere today. Kudos to Camden O'Gara for running around like a chicken with his head cut off out there, making big licks early on for this Army defense.
The Navy is now behind the sticks, and it's going to be what they do not want. Neither one of these offenses, a 3rd and long. 3rd and 12 is what we're looking at here. And there's going to be a targeting review, so that could bail out Navy on this play. We'll have to see, take a look at the replay to see. What do you see here, Tones, on this targeting review?
I would hate for Quindrelin Hammonds to be called with targeting here. It looks like he's going in, and as he's going in, the running back kind of turns his head quickly, and he barely makes contact with the lower part of the running back face mask there. He doesn't even make the tackle, nor the running back pretty much even blinks an eye at his hit. So to me, if they do call targeting and Quindrelin Hammonds loses his ability to play in this one, it would be a bad call.
He put his head down. I don't think they're going to call it, but I could see why they would. I'll just put it that way. Because to the letter of the law, it is targeting, but I would just be shocked if they actually called it. It does not look like that they're going to call it. And we are back to action, so they will not call it. So probably a good idea by the officials to let them play. Like I said, once again, to the letter of the law, it's targeting, but sometimes you have to use some common sense in these.
Especially in this type of game, both these schools last game of the year, let them play a little bit.
So it's going to be 3rd and 12. 3rd down and 12 from the Army 40-yard line. And here's the shotgun snap up the middle is our line. He'll get maybe 3 yards. A questionable call there as a draw only nets maybe 2-3 yards. It's going to be 4th down and about 8.
And our line keeps it here. We've heard that one plenty of times so far. Meets a big body of defenders and gets cleaned up by Kwabena Bonsu of Army out of Georgia. Incredible play there by the Army defense. Bonsu is all over that one.
Going to try to have to fix this scoreboard real quick, Tones, so I need you to kind of man the controls here.
We got a touchback underway as Navy punts that puppy into the end zone. Army lets it sail, and we got a quick break on the television side of things. Army Navy coming up, it appears. So a touchback leads to commercial break for these gentlemen, and really it's been one of those games where we've had one drive, and it's what you expect. Run, 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 some good defense, and it results in a 3-and-out eventually for the Navy midshipmen.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the scoreboard fixed, and I do appreciate someone giving me a heads up, but for some reason I'm going to a different site. We'll be back in just a flash.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey, sports fans, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Welcome back, and we are rolling here. Army Navy scoreless after a long punt has pinned Army down to their 20-yard line, and Army comes out originally under center, and now it's going to be a shotgun formation, and the handoff is up the gut, and it's maybe a 3-yard gain. RPO quarterback almost looked like that he might have taken off with it, but it looks like it'll be about a 2 to 3 yard gain.
And it looks like they got 2 quarterbacks in. Tyler ran that one. And it looks like the other guy we talked about, manning the ship.
And they are going fast, 2nd and 8, and shotgun snap, and it is tossed off to the left-hand side. And there, that gain is for we'll call it to about the 25, and it'll be 3rd and 5.
So we got Tyler and their other quarterback, Ballard, making appearances already. This is what we talked about pregame, Mac. 2 quarterback show here for the Army.
So it's going to be 3rd and 5 for the Black Knights. And they set up in shotgun formation. The snap, it's going to be a keeper, and he's going to get dropped for about maybe a half-yard gain. It'll be a quick 3 and out and 4th down coming.
Yeah, just a bad blowing assignment there for tight end Joshua Lingerfelter. Big number 88 from Panama City, Florida, wasn't able to man his block. Now it appears Billy Bulkey, the big punter from Cleveland, Ohio, is on to punt.
So 4th and 4, they call it. So the line of scrimmage is about the 26. And Army in punt formation. Here's the snap, and the kick is off, and it is up. It is high, but not very deep. Fair caught at about the 43-yard line of Navy, and we are going to take a really quick break. Navy gets the ball back. It's scoreless in the first quarter.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins.
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you know what, you know who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Welcome back. Mac McGee and Tones Ariel bringing you Army Navy. And what are your thoughts so far, Tones?
A lot of what we talked about pregame, a lot of running the ball, a lot of good running defense so far. 2 quarterback system on display from Army, a lot of quarterback keepers, a lot of nitty-gritty football. This is what you expect about midway through the first quarter from these clubs in a scoreless affair thus far. If you're Navy here looking to get something going, you just hope you break a big 1 or 2 on the ground to, at the very least, you get a big drive going or something to try and tire out this Army defense if possible.
Army came into this game a 2.5-point underdog. The over-under was sitting at 32. Neither team has scored, but Navy does have an opportunity now as they will take the ball close to midfield. Looks like to be at the Navy 43-yard line. What are you looking at this particular drive?
I think that you got to try and shake things up a little bit, and I'm not saying go crazy over the air and stuff and whatnot, but try one. Try a pass downfield a little bit, 10 to 15 yards. Try a couple tosses or a couple unorthodox plays. Once again, these teams, nothing is to play for beyond this game, so you might as well open up the playbook here in your last game of the season. Have some fun with it.
Army Navy. They, of course, meet every year. The first meeting was 1890. There's been a number of reasons why they have not played every single year. We'll get into that here in a second as we are ready for the snap. 1st and 10 at the 43-yard line. And running back goes in motion. And here's the handoff. It's a flea flicker firing it down the field, but nobody's open. Fired it into traffic. There is a flag on the play. Looks like the receiver might have been held.
Yeah, I think he might have been held there as well. The receiver would have got past him without the hold. So it could be one of those things where Nathan Kent would have scored there potentially, but a penalty caught him.
So instead, what we'll get is, looks like it will be a holding. So we're going to get a 1st and 10 for the midshipman. That should put it at about the 48-yard line.
Yeah, and that was Kai Pulola Rojas. I'm sorry.
So 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line, excuse me, and quarterback keeper, he dances around to the right side, but he'll get dropped, just get back to the line to gain. Not sure if that's quite a sack there. It's going to be close, and it'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens next. It seems like they're confident in keeping it on the ground here with our line. Got to mix it up a little more. You could tell this Army defense is getting ready for it.
So 2nd and 10. And shotgun formation, wide receiver in motion to the left, and the handoff is to the left. It's a student body left to the left-hand side. Number 23 gets banged out of bounds, and there'll be a very short line to gain for the 1st down.
And you see them again give it to Vincent Terrell Jr., the 170-pounder from Honolulu, Hawaii. He can't quite break it, but he gets a nice little gain, puts him in for very manageable 3rd and short coming up.
So Vincent Terrell, 8-yard run, and it's going to be 3rd and 2, shotgun formation. And wide receiver in motion. The handoff is up the middle, and it will be a keeper to number 45, Daba Fafana, and he is just short, it looks like, for a 1st down. Be 4th and very short. You got to figure they're going for it.
Yeah, and there's Daba Fofana once again going in there, getting the carry in a 3rd and short. You have nothing to lose here with going for it since Army's more of a ground and pound anyhow. Might as well.
Nothing is your score. We got about 3 minutes and some change left here in the 1st quarter, and they are going for it, and it is a bunch formation. They're going to go forward, and the push, I don't think he got it.
I think he got stifled there at the line, but the after push might have gotten him. It's going to be close.
It'll really just come down to the spot.
Is our line there really a nowhere to go? Is Army's defense just made a bear type formation and really made it difficult for our line to get anywhere? Incredible job by this Army front regardless, because even if they give it to him, it couldn't have been by much.
So we will most likely get a measurement here.
Wow, I'm shocked they're not even measuring.
Are they not?
Looks like they just gave him the 1st down outright.
That is hard to believe. So it will be 1st and 10.
Wow. A little shock.
1st and 10. Ball sitting at the 37 of Army. Shotgun snap, and it is a handoff on the left-hand side. Fafana is going to get wrapped up and tackled about 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and it'll be 2nd down.
Really good play there by the defensive back, Marquell Broughton out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. A lot of Georgia folks on this squad here for the Army. Great job there by Marquell Broughton.
So we're going to be sitting here as we head towards the bottom of the 1st quarter. About 2 minutes left. It's 2nd and 14. Got to figure 3 down territory here for the midshipmen. Under center. And receiver in motion. Here's the handoff up the middle. An option, and he gets stuffed for no gain.
This Army defense is doing an impeccable job early on thus far, forming almost these unformidable gaps. If you're an offense, the A gap's covered, the B gap's covered. Nowhere to go so far. Great job by this Army front led by big number 99 up there, who's flying around, making play after play, really playing good ball.
They haven't had a lot of success up the A gap, to be honest with you. It's really been more of the end arounds. We'll see if that changes their line of thinking. 3rd and 14, shotgun snap, and our line's in trouble. He's getting chased. He's got a man open down the sidelines, but he'll keep it himself. Dive towards the sticks. It's going to be 4th and very long.
And the cavalry there for Army did an incredible job. They flew there. There were about 3 to 4 defenders there, most notably Max. Diddy Moniso from Schertz, Texas, makes a big push out of bounds, and it likely leads to a Navy punt. Incredible job by Army's defense to get off.
Our line was going around the side, and Vincent was open down the sideline and did not see him. And he might have walked into the end zone had he just looked up and thrown about a 5-yard pass. But instead, it will be 4th down. Here comes the punt. Try to coffin corner. Here's the kick, and it's a high wobbling punt caught by number 18 inside the 5-yard line. Great job by Navy.
Riley Reithman, the punter, number 90, does an incredible job there. The kid from Keller, Texas. Nice punt.
Okay, we're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, it'll be Army's ball at about their 4-yard line. You're listening to Army Navy here on Braves Country. Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, 99.1 FM The Key, your first choice for Southern sports talk. Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
It all starts.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Welcome back, Army Navy. Mac McGee and Tones Areola. And Tones, so far this game has not at all disappointed, hard hitting, and I really think one of the biggest keys to this game, I don't know if we really touched on it, but the team that doesn't make the mistake, right?
Correct. That's been huge so far in this one. No team has made that big mistake to this point yet. No defense has made that big turnover game changer yet. So far, you got our line with 28 yards, Tyler with 5 yards, both quarterbacks leading the way on the ground. We'll see what's to come.
Okay, we are getting set here. Just 24 seconds left here in the quarter. Enough time usually for one play for Army. They are backed up, shadow of their own goal line at the 4-yard line, set up under center. And here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper off to the left-hand side, maybe a gain of about, we'll give it 1.5, maybe 2 yards. Quarterback keeper from, I believe, Tyler was the quarterback that time.
And it looks like Nicholas Straw was the big man linebacker, number 51, to make the stop there. He's pumped up out of Lebanon, Ohio. A lot of Georgians, a lot of Ohioans in this game love to see it. Nicholas Straw with a big hit there. Minimal gain for the quarterback, Tyler.
Well, as usual, these games move fast. Army, Navy, a lot of running, little scoring. We end the first quarter. Nothing. We'll be back in a flash here. Get you a cold one. It's the last regular season college football game of the year.
Let's go.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback. He's kind of fun and he's kind of fair.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, statements coming at ya, statements coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see you practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's, where the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only. Single item at regular price. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's.
You're listening to Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we divide our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our heart beating. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine.
Welcome back, and I think we've got the glitch fixed on the scoreboard. Did not expect that to be an issue, but I do believe we have it fixed. So I appreciate everybody letting me know.
We sure do. Fresh as a daisy in this Army-Navy battle. So far, it's been everything we talked about.
So with that being said, you're going to have to let me know if other things are posted in the chat and whatnot, because I can only see one thing at once because it's blocking me. That's why I couldn't see it, because I was checking the chat. I'll get it fixed. I'll get it all straightened out come halftime, but
we got it. We'll take care of it.
1st and 10, shotgun snap for Army, drops back to pass, and it is a deep pass down towards the 40-yard line, in and out of the arms of the streaking Cadet receiver.
Wow, that looked like Cole Catterbone out there, number 5, the running back receiver, just through his hands. Pass wasn't bad at all there from one of their quarterbacks. That's their passing quarterback, Ballard, and it just falls short.
Just out of his hands. Oh, my word.
And those are the type of plays we talk
Ballard
about.
chucking the ball, so there's a third quarterback involved now. He will stay in behind center, 3rd and 8. He is the passer of the 3, and 3rd and 8 passes just over the head of number 3, Marshall Ajon, and it's going to be quick punt time. Ball was a kind of a bad pass. He had to spin around to try to make the catch. It was a little over his head, and lucky that thing didn't ricochet and get pick sixed.
And these are the things we talked about pregame. When you pass the ball, you got to execute. You don't do it often, so you got to pull them off. There they go 0 for 2 incompletions, and now they give the ball back to Navy in some great territory.
So it'll be 4th and 8. And here's the punt from the Army end zone. Snap gotten off and kicks it high and fairly deep, and it's going to be returned by number 28 up to the Cadet 35-yard line. And do apologize for some of the stammering when it comes to the names. They do not have the names on their jerseys, and some of them have been changed. So I'm going off of numbers, and I really can't apologize for that because we get to do this game once a year and normally do baseball. So
And at college, a double, triple some jersey numbers, perhaps. Hard to keep all the ducks in a pond.
we're kind of at the mercy of whether or not websites are telling us the right information. But anyways, always a great game. And Navy's going to go back to work quickly. Shotgun formation. And here's the snap handoff around the end. Number 23 is going to be slammed to the ground, about a 2.5 yard gain, and it'll be second down.
And that's big Vincent Terrell getting the carry there. He's been at it early and often today, the wide receiver normally. But again, they normally run the football, so their wide receivers are used as flashbacks. You see him there, get a couple yards, and now it sets up second and medium for the Navy.
Second and 8. I see Orlando asking about a way to listen online. YouTube has online, which is how you're watching it right now. Is the second and 8 handoff up the middle, and it is going to be stopped for minimal game. It'll be 3rd and 7.
And Fofana gets the ball there once again. He's been their lead back today in terms of carry attempts, and he just barely gets anything there, maybe one. Sets up a 3rd and favorable for this Army defense.
Orlando, we're also streaming on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. So if that helps out. 3rd and 7, shotgun handoff up the middle, and Fofana powers his way. It's going to be short, but a manageable short, about 4th and 2.
Gets his 8th carry of the game and perhaps his biggest there. He's now up to 8 carries for 17 yards, carried some defenders along the way with him there. I think that they have no choice but to go for it here, try and get some momentum going.
They were decided to kick, which I don't think they would here. It'd be about a 45-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a critical play here because if you turn it over, it's just like it's basically going to flip the field.
Right, and if you miss the field goal as well, it'll flip the field. So you got to be smart here and decide what's the best outcome you think for a run-heavy offense.
Field goal kicker for Navy. Do you have his range?
Let's see. I do have his long on the year. It is Evan Warren. Let's see. He is 100% in extra points, so he's got that going for him. I do not have his longest field goal. It does not, but I will find out. Let me find out.
Well, I know I kind of threw that on you. I was just curious about that.
Well, it's like they list so many dang kickers and it's just irritate. Here, I think I got it actually. Bion Nichols is their current kicker. Warren was their last kicker. It looks like Nichols 100% from field goals, long 45.
Long 45. Okay, so he's right there on that range, but whether or not the wind, there's a slight wind coming out of the end zone, but considering the fact they called a timeout, I think that tells you that they're probably going to go for it.
Correct. 45 yards, right on that range. It's a little brisk out there. I think they'll go for it after calling the timeout as well. It looks like Evan Warren had a couple of extra point attempts on the year, and 0 for 1 in field goals, but it looks like their current kicker, Bijan Nichols, he is actually 2 for 2 in field goals, so still not too busy so far, but he's 3 of 4 of extra points on the year so far. So it looks like kind of newer kickers for the Navy at this point.
If you are looking for us on other social media platforms to listen to this game, just look up Braves Country HD, and we're going on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter today.
We're everywhere you look.
we got ourselves a tie ball game here and a big fourth down. You could argue that this could be one of the bigger plays of the game. Now, we don't know what's going to transpire going forward, but this could be one of the bigger plays of the game.
It sure could be.
Kicker is going to come in. Brian Nichols is going to come in. He's 2 for 2, long of 45. So after the timeout, they talked it over. It's almost at the 45. So we'll call it like a 44 and a half, essentially. And they believe he's got the leg. So we'll see if what goes here on 4th and 1, the snap, the kick. He's got it up. It's deep enough. Will he sneak in? Barely through the uprights. And it's 3-0 Navy.
And the 6'1" senior from Heath, Texas, just snuck it in there right around his season long in 45, which is tied for 107th in the BCS rankings. He's able to sneak it in there and give the Navy the lead early. That's a big 3 for these gents in low-scoring games.
Absolutely. A game that the over-under is 32. That's not looking it's not looking possible right now, is it?
No, it's looking near improbable. This is one where you need at least 10 more points before the half. And still, I don't think that'd be enough. But if you want any sniff at that, you need at least another touchdown and a field goal, in my opinion, before the half.
Let's take a quick break. We'll reset when we come back. Army's getting the ball down by just a field goal. You're listening to Braves Country's 123rd edition of Army versus Navy.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Hey, sports fans, the Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. 123rd edition of Army Navy. Navy leads at 3-0, and we're getting set for the kickoff. About 12:36 left to go in the second quarter. Navy lines up, and here's the kick. A high, deep one, and it's going to be fair caught at the 3-yard line. Little surprising tones that he didn't try to return that one.
Yeah, you might as well there, because when you look at it offensively, so far 0 first downs for this Army offense, 0 passing completions, only 2 yards per rush and only 2.5 minute time of possession. They're flat out getting dominated right now offensively, and quite frankly, they're lucky to only be down 3-0. And it looks like Ballard, their passing quarterback's in the game.
So we'll see what happens here with Ballard as he goes under center, but then raises back shotgun formation. Receivers out wide. Navy's coming and bringing the house. Here's the snap, and wham! Bam! 54 slams him to the ground.
And he stood absolutely no chance there. All over him. Number 54 on this Navy defense was right up in his grill. They had both quarterbacks in there, Tyler and Ballard. Didn't seem to work. Will Harbor, the 230-pound linebacker from Frisco, Texas, with the big hit.
So a big play for Navy, and I'm sure number 2 is going back to the huddle going, you should have kept that one. Second 14 from their own 21. Here's the snap under center, drops back to pass, thrown and caught. No, he drops it last second. It's going to be incomplete in 3rd and 14. Ball right there. Kind of a difficult play, but probably one he should have made.
Ballard isn't making terrible throws, and that's a leading receiver on the year, Isaiah Alston. He just can't come down with it. Hits him in the hands. He kind of drops it, and we're seeing more and more as the game goes on, as these Army receivers continues to drop it, why they can't make plays.
So now here we go. It's 3rd and 14. See what Army will dial up. The last thing they want is a turnover. Shotgun snap. Drops back to pass. Here comes the rush. And a quick release. Ball's thrown to the backside of the receiver. Hits number 90, who's trailing on the play in the back. No interference flag call. It'll be 4th and 14.
And I'm shocked there's no interference there. The defender gets there early. Not that there's a lot of contact, but he does armbar number 32, Tyson Riley's hands, so he's not able to put him up there. The refs didn't see it like that. However, I think that was enough to warrant the yellow flag. None we get.
So 4th and 14, 11:46 left on the clock from the 21-yard line of Army. Here's the snap and the kick. It's off and end over end towards the Navy returner. He's got it. He's going to try to go, and he gets spun around, and 56 comes in and slams him.
And that's Amin Hassan on the return, number 28, the sophomore out of Richmond Heights, Florida. He looked like he had a hole there, and then Army says not so fast, gobbles him up. Good job for Army's special team to try and limit the damage there.
So Hassan gets the ball to, we'll call it around the 35. They're going to go to break. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Navy will try to add to the 3-0 lead. You're listening to Army Navy.
Let's ride.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday, December 10th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen. An American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. The 121st meeting, Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. As Army-Navy, 3-0, 11:34 in the second. Shotgun snap for Navy, going to go on the left-hand side. It's going to be a keeper. Have the option to pitch it. Number 7, Arline's going to take it up the coast for about an 8-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 2.
And it's only a matter of time before this Navy offense starts cracking off big plays. They've had the ball for a little north of 15 minutes at this point in time. Army's defense has been on the field a lot this first quarter and a quarter. They got to find a way to get off.
So 2nd and 3, and Navy under center now. Receiver spread out wide, one back in the backfield. Arline takes a snap, handoff up the middle, and dropped for no gain is number 34 of the Navy midshipman, Anton Hall.
Anton Hall Jr. out of Florida City thought he had room there, but it got short up in a hurry. Army defense has to step up here. Big play, get the ball back, hang in this ball game. Don't let it get out of touch.
So it'll be 3rd and 2. Big play here for the Cadet defense, as they would love to try to stop them about midfield. Here's the shotgun snap, handoff up the middle, and he is dropped. Tried to dance around to the left-hand side, but instead, Fofana, no mas. It's 4th and 5.
And that's big Chris Frey, number 99 for this Army defense, as we have a member of Navy offensive line down. But, McGee, how many times have we mentioned already early on Chris Frey, 99 Army defensive line? He's been all over the place today out of Canyon Lake, California, the junior. He's been playing at such a high level. That's at least 3 to 4 tackles for a loss off the top of my head for the big fella.
There's a lineman down. Looks like it might be the center, Lydian Mertezi. We'll have to wait till they come back from break because they went to break really quickly. So we'll have to wait here as they were covered up the lineman, but that's looks like it's who it was.
Yeah, I believe it is Lydian Mertezi, and that would not be good as they already are down one starting offensive lineman. The young man out of Pittsburgh looked like he was shaken up a little bit. We'll confirm a little later, but it does look like it was him.
So you got about 10 minutes left here in the half. Did want to talk a little other college football while we got a second here, Tones. The Heisman Trophy's given out tonight. Who do you expect to win?
Oh, man. And hasn't this pretty much been the most underwhelming Heisman candidacy of all time, in my opinion?
I can't remember not caring, but I don't care who wins tonight.
I agree with you completely.
More like that every year because the Heisman Trophy, I don't know why, but it just doesn't seem like it's hyped as much as it used to be. It doesn't seem like enough attention's given to it. And conversely, I don't really care. And I guess maybe it's got to do with the fact that for years and years and years, the Heisman Trophy winner has not done a lot in the pros.
And I think they'll end up giving it to, and I agree with you 100,000%. I think, unfortunately, they'll end up giving it to Caleb Williams. But to me, the best player in college football this year, in my honest opinion, has been Max Duggan from TCU. That team wouldn't be where it is without him. All they lost was one to one of the better teams in the country, Kansas State. And oh, by the way, they were 1 inch away from winning that one. He threw for 3,300 plus yards this year, 30 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions, ran for over 400 yards and 6 touchdowns. And they made the playoffs as a Cinderella team. To me, shouldn't that certify him up there?
Here's the difference between the way it was just a few years ago. If normally what they have done, so I've got two takes on who I give it to. If it was for the 1 year, I would definitely give it to Dugan. If you're going to do like a career type of achievement, I give it to Stetson Bennett.
Oh yeah, I think those should be the top two regardless.
That, Caleb Williams, I think if he comes back next year, he's going to win it. So that's why I don't worry about as much giving him the Heisman. I like to see it spread it around. Looks like Navy is going to kick as the injury timeout is done. 9:56 left on the clock, 4th and 5, and line of scrimmage is about their own 40. So Navy is looking to try to pin Army deep. I thought they might go for it. And I think if he hadn't got dropped behind the line as far as he did, they may have. So 4th and 5 as we get set for the kick. Here's the snap. It's high, end over end, and fair caught at the 27-yard line. Number 18 of Navy made contact with the returner, but it looked like he might have got pushed into him.
And not a bad punt there from Riley Reithman. This kid has a decent leg, fairly decent field position for Army, but could be a lot worse. But Army, remember that stop that led to that punt there? Because like you said, I think they would have went for a big stop on their defense.
So you'll have 1st and 10 for the Cadets. They're trying to get something going offensively. There really has been a whole lot of nothing so far for Army, as handoff is up the middle and powering his way for about a 6-yard gain is number 2 of Army, the running back, but sometimes quarterback, Tyler, number 2.
Zaire Tyler does it all for them. Reminds me of the Frank Gore of Southern Miss last year. More of a running back, lined up as quarterback.
Handoff on 2nd and 4, and they're going to ram it up the middle, just short of the line to gain. Tyler once again, probably about 3rd, and I'll say maybe half a yard.
I would look for big number 32, Tyson Riley, up the middle here.
It looks like that Army is actually having some success up the middle. See if they'll continue to do so. 3rd and 1, both lines crowded. Here's the snap and up the middle, and Tyler keeps it, and he's going to fall forward for the first down, about a 5 or 6 yard gain. Good job. And if he keeps his bounce, he might have been still going.
Yeah, and I was wrong about Riley getting the carry, but Riley did an incredible job being the lead blocker there for Tyler. Nice play for the Army, and their uniforms are not only looking good, but so is his drive.
Shotgun snap. Tyler hands it off. Jet sweep around the end and drop for about a 1 yard loss, we'll call it, is number 8 of the Army midshipmen.
That appears to be Brahim Murphy, just nowhere to go for him. So Army, after a couple positive plays, kind of falters right there. They need this momentum back.
Brahim Murphy, a senior, and he is low on the depth chart, but got in there. 2nd and 10. And play action pass, throws it down the center of the field, just past the outstretched hands. Once again, that was Murphy. He had a beat on his player, but there was pressure coming on Tyler.
And it looks like Murphy, I'd like to know what route he's supposed to run here. It looks like he pulls up midway through his route as Tyler decides to throw to him deep. Perhaps if Brahim Murphy keeps running there, he could get under that football, and that could be 6 there. Army continues to try and take shots down the field. Nothing's panned out yet, but that one was definitely there for the take and just couldn't execute, and we talked about it.
Stop and go, but they didn't have enough time for it to develop. So,
yeah, after the replay, it does look like that indeed. It looks like that was a planned stop, not a subtle stop. Pretty good route there by Murphy overall. Perhaps if Ballard's in the game, that's a completion.
Definitely, if they have just a little more time, I'm talking about a half second or so, he's probably streaking down the sidelines for 6. Army is going to take a quick timeout. We'll take that timeout with them. We'll be back in a flash. Big 3rd and 8 for the Cadets. Army-Navy 2022.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Saturday, December 10th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair. We are back, and third and long as the cadets are getting ready to 3rd and 10, shotgun snap, drops back to pass, rolling out, going to try to run for it is the quarterback, and that was ill-advised as Cade Ballard got maybe a yard. They're going to have to punt.
And Army is looking to pass to Tyler this drive. They're Ballard scampers. Looks like their roles reversed a little bit there. No success for them, however. Army really needs to get something going. Bulky's been busy and often, already his 4th time punting today.
So that'll bring up 4th and 7. And dropping back into punt coverage for Navy. Number 28, the ball is snapped and kicked high and deep. A fair catch by the midshipman at the 10-yard line. May have been ill-advised, but you never know.
Yeah, now they're backed up a little bit. So if Army wants to do anything here, now might be the time. While Navy's backed up, Army's offense hasn't gotten the job done. Could their defense help generate a score? Let's see if big number 99, Chris Frey, causes some havoc here for our line and this Navy offense that's a little banged up.
So Navy's going to go back to work, but a long way to go. If you had the under on the halftime, you're probably looking pretty good right now.
You're licking your chops.
Absolutely. Just 3-0. 7:05 left in the second quarter. Under center. Taking the snap is our line, and he'll hand it off and going around the left-hand side. It's a keeper, and in that maze of Navy and Army jerseys, we'll have a 2nd and about 8.
10 carries on today, 3.7 yards a carry now for our line, but effective enough. But one of these times you suspect he'll rip off a big one. This Army defense has been on the field for a long time. They need a big hold here.
Navy, by the way, their helmets today, a tribute to NASA. Pretty cool looking helmets if you get a chance to see them.
I like both these uniforms.
2nd and 8, here's the snap, and it is up the gut, taken for about, we'll call it a 2-yard gain by number 45, Fofana, and it will be a Navy 3rd and very long.
And he was met by a plethora of defenders. Looks like the biggest one there was number 34, Andre Carter, the 2nd from Missouri City, Texas. And he does a really good job. The 6'7", 260-pound, huge outside linebacker swallowing up Fofana.
This Army-Navy game dates back to 1890 and 1963, Tones. Instant replay and television debuted on Army-Navy. Here's the 3rd and 7 handoff. Sweep around the edge. Jet sweep. He's going to get dropped. And it's going to be 4th down. Terrell Vincent could not get anything going.
And who did we mention before the drive? That was O'Gara, familiar face 54, but most importantly, first one there, big number 99, Chris Frey, gets the job done and is getting Army a chance to perhaps take the lead here before the half.
So a quick 3 and out, 9 possessions today, 8 punts by both teams. 4th and 7. Here's the punt, kicked high and not very deep. It does a backwards bounce and heads towards Navy territory. It's going to be setting up the Cadets well. It's going to be 1st and 10 on the Navy 42 for the Army Black Knights.
And they could really do something here with this, so they need to. Their time of possession has been erratic. Their offense has been erratic. We mentioned it a little bit ago. They're up to 1 first down now. That's great, but still 0 for 5 in pass completions, averaging 2.2 yards a carry on 10 rushing attempts, and have only held the ball for a little more than 6 minutes. Regardless of points or not, they need a nice long drive here established before the half and take it into half.
That game in 1963 that debuted instant replay on television as Army sets up for the snap, but they're going to get looks like a false start called on them, so it'll be 1st and 15 going backwards. That game, that was right after the JFK assassination. And just a few weeks, and they actually delayed the game and played it on December 7th, not November 30th, like originally planned. And of course, that coincided with the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and that began the tradition of the December game. In that game, we'll get to it here in a second, as it's 1st and 15. Army under center takes a snap, it's a keeper. Tyler's up the middle, and he rumbles for about, we'll call it 8 yards down to the 37 of Navy.
Nice little shake and bake there to set up 2nd and manageable. Looks like Tyler's getting going with his legs a little bit.
That 1963 game played on December 7th, which obviously was 22 years after Pearl Harbor, as the 2nd and 6. It's going to be a keeper by Tyler. He gets bounced back by the Navy midshipman linebacker, number 54, Will Harbor, broke into the A gap and just bounced into him and knocked him down.
Harbor said, "Not today, Army, not today." Big play here coming up, 3rd and mid.
They played that game in Philadelphia. 102,000 showed up for that game, later renamed JFK Stadium. And in that game, Roger Staubach was the quarterback. It's 3rd and 6, shotgun snaps, and it is going to be a option pitch to Tyler. He goes around the end, doesn't get very much, but it should be a manageable 4th down.
Yeah, both quarterbacks there in the game. Option from Ballard and Tyler. We'll see what happens here, but it's a must go for it.
We'll get back to one of the most famous games in Army-Navy history here in a second. 4th and 2, shotgun snap, and it's a keeper up the middle. Tyler dropped at the behind the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be a 1st down for Navy.
I'm not huge on that play call. Navy swarmed him through the kitchen sink at him. Regardless of what Army did there, it didn't look like it would be successful. That was terrible blocking and execution by this Army offense. Navy was all over that one.
I feel like that when Tyler's in the game there, that they are going to start to key on him because he's made them pay. So on a 4th down, I'm with you. If you're going to have Tyler involved, he should be taking the snap, and then you've got to pay attention to him or the up back.
Correct.
In that game, before we get back to the action, that game was in 1963, of course, right after the JFK assassination. Roger Staubach, Heisman Trophy winner for Navy, led Navy to a 21-15 game. 21-15 win, excuse me. 1st and 10. Here's the snap, shotgun formation, and it's going to be a keeper by our line. He's going to dance his way to about a 2.5-yard game. And to finish that thought on that 1963 game, Army was down 21-7 and scored a touchdown, 2-point conversion, got the onside kick, and got it all the way down to Navy's 2-yard line as time expired. They couldn't get a snap off. the quarterback for Army as we get set for the 2nd and 8. Shotgun snap, and it is going to be, looks like it's getting the whistles blowing. Is that a timeout or is it looks like a flag? It's going to be a false start.
A number 68, Franklin or Loveland, it looks like.
The quarterback for Army that led the almost comeback against Navy was Riley Stickwick. He ended up doing 5 tours in Vietnam. Roger Staubach, of course, went on to NFL fame and the Hall of Fame for the Dallas Cowboys. They would have a rematch the following year in 64, and Army would beat Navy in a bit of a blowout in the rematch, 32-14. 2nd and 13. Here's the shotgun snap, and Arline keeps it around the edge, and he'll dive for about a 3-4 yard gain, so it's going to be 3rd and long.
And it looks like Kip Franklin's penalty could provide costly here, but this Army defense has been on the field now for majority of the half. They need yet again another stop and then probably won't score before the half, but at the very best case for Army, going to the half down 3-0, just a field goal away from a tie.
3-0 your score. Navy has the ball. About 90 seconds left in the half. Army not using any of their timeouts, which I find interesting. We'll see what happens here. There's 3 seconds left on the play clock. Arline gets under center, just gets it off. No, he does not. It's going to be a delay of game. And really a head scratcher. So it's going to make it very difficult. 3rd and long. But with Navy, you kind of figured, though, I would kind of expect them to play it kind of conservatively here, wouldn't you? And just kick the ball deep. Army has showed no ability to move the ball through the air.
Yeah, especially after a delay game. Don't risk it here. Don't do anything goofy. Just make sure you don't turn it over, punt the ball, and try and get it back.
So Navy's down to 1 timeout. Army does have all 3, so they would be able to stop the clock on any kind of a run play here. 3rd and 14, shotgun snap. It's going to be, there's another flag. I stand corrected. Looks like it's going to be another false start.
Coming into and that's on Big Glover, number 75. Coming into the quarter, 2 flags all game between both teams. Now we're up to 6 right before half. So went from almost no penalties to a whole lot of yellow laundry that quick.
So 1:20 left. Let's see if they'll put a couple of seconds back up on that clock. They should, but we'll see if the ball was not actually snapped.
It looks like they put it up to 1:22.
Okay, so 3rd and 19 now. Went from 3rd and long to 3rd and very, very long. Shotgun formation. The Navy midshipman. And here's the snap. Handoff to the up back. Bafana takes it for maybe a 3-yard gain. We'll see if Army calls a timeout. Looks like they will use the timeout. It'll be 4th and long.
3 Navy penalties there. Really did them in on that one. All 5-yarders, but really costly. And now Army gets one last chance before the half to score.
We'll be back in a flash here. Army getting the ball back. We'll see if they try to make a move on the punt block when we come back.
How do 3 men in their 30s not have $800 between them?
The economy is in shambles. Are you taking the NASDAQ marketplace right now? Dow Jones.
Stop talking, fine.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at
And here's the shotgun snap. The ball is over the head and it's going to get into the end zone. Army is trying to make a pound. Did they fall on it?
Wow.
The ball is out of the back of the end zone, but I think right before it, Army stayed on it. It is a touchdown. We do apologize. They came back for break just a tad early.
Holy cow.
We'll have to see this again.
I don't know if he got his possession in.
It's a safety.
I don't know if he got it. Let's see here. Number 44 on Army tries to, and he looks in. He looks like he's in.
The ball was blocked. Right up the gap was number 17. He was sprawled out. He blocks it. And I think you're right. I think he's in. I think he keeps that right foot from just barely not getting in. So Army, who has been dominated in this game, has now taken a 6-3 lead with a chance to go up 7-3 right before the half.
And Nathaniel Smith, number 44, does a tremendous job of corralling that football before it goes out of bounds. It's bouncing around like a pendulum near the back of the end zone after he initially tries to get it, flops out of his hands, and number 44, Nathaniel Smith from Fort Washington, Maryland, does a tremendous job of keeping that inbounds for a touchdown. Army needed that, and just like that, out of nowhere, if you can't score offensively, why not do it another way? Great job by Army there to get on the board in the first half. 47 with a tremendous play. Looks like it was Noah Short from San Jose, California, to get back there and block that one. They actually gave him that ball on the sideline. It looks like really cool moment there. And now Army gets a chance to kick the point after for the first time of the day with Quinn Maretsky.
And conversely, if you're watching that replay, terrible job of blocking. 17 just went straight up the chute with no one touching him.
Nobody. Tremendous job there.
And the kick is up and it is good. It is 7-0. Quinn Maretsky, the junior, slams it through the uprights. And just like that, Army, who has just been inept offensively, has taken a 7-3 lead.
Riley Reithman with his punt block. He's got a lot of work today for Navy. A lot of punts so far for him. Unfortunately here, Army, Noah Short blocks the punt, gets into the end zone, and Nathaniel Smith, what a play. Remember that one at the end of the game. Noah Short and Nathaniel Smith, when it's all said and done, that could be honestly the play of the game for many reasons, but in fact, it could be the difference in the game.
Seven to 3 your score. As we're coming back here after that short break, they will be ready to kick off. Now there is about a minute left, and Navy does have one timeout. What do you expect here?
I would try and honestly stretch it a little bit, throw it a little bit. You haven't seen that from Navy much today. To me, why not before the half? This Army defense has to be a little bit tired.
So this is re-energize the cadets, and here's the kickoff, and he belts it high and not very deep. They're going to try to take it out of the 2-yard line. Here's the return. 23 makes a man miss. He's going down the sidelines and spins around and gets thrown out of bounds. There is going to be a flag. Will that be for a late hit, or are they going to bring it back?
Looks like they're bringing it back. Army's pointing towards Navy as Terrell Jr. got slammed out of bounds
on the call.
Wow.
But I'll tell you what, you could definitely give him a late hit. He spun around, but they're letting the boys play today because he was out of bounds and was corralled and then thrown to the ground.
Absolutely.
So it'll be 1st and 10, 56 seconds left. No timeouts left for Navy now. And Army with 2 timeouts. You got to figure Navy's going to play it pretty close to the vest. Last thing they want to do is turn the ball over here and set them up for an easy field goal. And Army will receive the second half punt. If you're just joining us, Navy received the first half, or excuse me, kickoff. So here we go. It's 1st and 10. Navy setting up shot at their own 15-yard line. Shotgun snap, and it's going to be a keeper by our line. He's going to run it off to the right side, get maybe 3 or 4 yards, and it's 2nd down.
Seems like Navy's content taking this one in the half, not trying anything wild here. To me, what does it hurt to try at least throw some deep passes?
Pick 6.
True.
I mean, I just talked about the fact that you don't want to turn that ball over.
I mean, I'm talking deep bombs, though. Like,
yeah, but a deep bomb doesn't mean that you don't get a deep return. I kind of have to agree. When you consider the 2 offenses here, I think they're better off. 2nd and 6, shotgun snap, and another keeper by our line. He's going to take it up the right side. He's going to scoot 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, almost a 30-yard gain as he goes rumbling down the sidelines, and they'll have the ball at about the 49 now if they can get the ball off, because he did stay in bounds, but the clock will stop briefly. If he can slam it to the ground, he does. A quick snap, and the clock is now stopped with 4 seconds, Tones. Now you get a chance to possibly throw your Hail Mary.
Yeah, nice nice run by our line there, I should say. Now it looks like they'll bring in their backup.
They missed a penalty. If you look at the replay, I don't mean to cut
Looks
you
like
off,
tripping.
but yes, that should be a 15-yard penalty for tripping.
It looks like their passing quarterback, Masai Mainer's checking into this one
Not
now.
the best refereed game that I've seen, but it is 2nd and 10, shotgun snap to our line. He'll get a chance to just chuck it deep, and that's what he'll do. He'll throw it deep. Well, not very deep. The ball's going to be batted down at about the 5-yard line by number 34, and that's going to take us to half.
Number 34 does a great job there of getting up, although the ball would have been short. Always nice to block it. They do just that, Andre Carter II, as they brought in their passing quarterback there. Navy did. Maynard throws it. A good, nice spiral there, but about 10 yards short of the end zone. Good job there by the linebacker from Army, getting his big old paws up and blocking that one.
So we had kind of a slow start to this game, but a fantastic finish here in the first half. It is 7-3. Tones and I will step away during halftime. We'll play a little music for you, and we will be back for the kickoff of Army Navy.
Let's go.
What about Kelso? I mean, Jackie has him totally whipped.
Ribbed like the family pig.
I am not pig whipped. It's the best.
Saturday, December 10th, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen. An American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. The 121st meeting, Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. Army Navy set to kick off the second half, and Navy lines up for the kick at the 35-yard line, and here is the boot, and it's a deep one down to the 3-yard line. It'll be a fair catch. How are you, Tones?
Good, and it'll be interesting to see here if Navy could capitalize. They dominated Army in the first half, 22 minutes compared to 7 minutes offensive possession, 111 rushing yards compared to 33 on Army, but it's Army up 7-3 here. It'll be interesting to see how this one unfolds.
So no time off the clock. 1st and 10 for the Army cadets, who got a lead, 7-3 lead off a block punt right before the half. Under center is Tyler. Wingback formation, and they'll go in motion. He drops back to pass and scrambles around. He's going to go down the left sideline, and he is stopped, but not before a gain of about a 12 or 13 yards. How about it?
And that's the longest play for Army today. Did that touchdown fire him up a little bit or what? Looks like Tyler had a little spunk to him. And I finally found out the kicker mystery. Evan Warren is the kickoff specialist for Navy. So they got 2 kickers. Evan Warren is their kickoff specialist.
1st and 10, the snap, and Tyler is going to push it ahead for about a 3-yard gain up the middle, maybe 2. It'll be 2nd and between 7 and 8 to go.
So they're staying consistent here with Tyler running the ball. 2 carries for about 17 yards to start the half. Army, if they could score here, even if it's only 3, that'd be huge momentum for them after being able to get nothing going in the first half offensively.
So Army with a 7-3 lead, and as hard as the points have come by, it almost feels like a commanding 7-3 lead. 2nd and 7. Tyler drops back to pass. He's getting chased out of the pocket. He's flushed down the right sideline. He is going to just throw it out of bounds, and it'll be 3rd and 7.
It looked like he was potentially looking to throw to Ajon Marshall there from Baltimore, Maryland. Marshall was kind of smothered, and wouldn't be surprised to see if Ballard comes in on their 3rd down, more of their passing quarterback. Army's actually tried to pass a good amount today.
So here we go, 3rd and 7 for the Army Black Knights. As the ball sits at the Army 41. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap, and it's going to be handoff at the middle, and he's going to rumble for a 1st down, a quarterback draw. Number 18, Army's 3rd-string quarterback is listed, Cade Ballard, but it seems like it has been more of him and Tyler going back and forth, and it takes him by surprise on a draw play. It's 1st and 10 and shotgun formation. Ballard takes it again. This time he is dropped for a 1-yard loss.
And Cade Ballard, more of their passing guy, looks like he's getting a little better footing for the ball. 2 carries now, back-to-back plays. That one for no yards, but the one before that, a long run. Tyler passed, meanwhile, beforehand. So Army is digging deep into their play calling here, trying to do what they can to shake this bad juju they have on offense.
So it'll be 2nd and 10, 12:53 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Army leads at 7-3. They have it just across midfield. Navy crowds the line of scrimmage. 6 men in the box, and here's the snap, and it's going to be a pitch after getting chased out of the pocket. He pitches it over the head of the rushing defensive end. Number 3 for Army, Marshall makes the catch and runs out of bounds. It's going to be an exciting no gain.
And that they're lucky there that Ajon Marshall is their kick returner, as he is hand specialist. That one wasn't the best toss there by the quarterback Tyler. Lucky that Marshall corrals it there, almost a bad disaster.
That could have easily been a turnover. Instead, it's 3rd and 10, and Army would like a 1st down, but more importantly, they could pin Navy deep with the punt. Here's the snap, and it's a handoff up the middle, gain of about 3 yards. It's going to be 4th and long for the Cadets.
And after two quarterback runs that went for good, both from Tyler and Ballard to create first downs, the rest of the Army offense has kind of looked bullish again on this drive. And now they just look to continue their momentum on defense and special teams, starting off here with a punt by their punter, number 90, Billy Bulkey, who's been busy early and often today. Let's see if he can pin him deep.
Here's the punt. As the snap and the kick is off, and a high end over end punt. He's going to let it roll into the end zone, and Navy will get good field position at their own 20 as opposed to being pinned deep with 11:08 left. We'll stick here with you here. The Army cadets lead the Navy midshipmen 7-3, 11 minutes left in the third. And Tones, couple of things. I don't think I ever completed the thought earlier. Army and Navy, that they have the tradition of playing each other's alma maters at the end of the game. The losing team plays their alma mater while both teams face the band, and then they go to the other end, and the winning team hears their alma mater play. So there is a very popular chant heading into the game by both sides, and it's called Sing Second, because obviously the goal is to not have your alma mater played first. Army and Navy did have a matchup in 1945 and 1944 that was basically at that time, they were two of the best teams in the country. In fact, 1944, it was number 1 versus number 2. A lot of kids probably don't realize today that Army and Navy was a storied franchise back in those days, because you're in the middle of World War II, and a lot of your schools did not even field college football teams, but obviously Army and Navy would have the cadets and the midshipmen to square off. 121st edition of Army and Navy. Next year it'll be in Boston, and I believe there's talk about it possibly being played at Fenway Park.
And that's going to be incredible. These games are always incredible. As we alluded to earlier, all these special games between Army, Navy, and Air Force always have a big time feel to them, specifically Army and Navy. And the fact that they're starting to move it around a little bit signifies that they really want this game to be tasted by multiple parts throughout the United States. I think that it's tremendous to continue to grow this game. I'd like to see the Commander-in-Chief trophy switch hands again next year. Air Force did garner it this year with victories over the two, but man, it seems like every year all three of these schools come to play when it comes to playing one another. No matter the team's record, they could have 2 wins, they could have 8 wins, they could have no wins. These teams show up specifically on game day, as it has its own weekend. Army, Navy, just such a special feel to this one.
That 1964 game we talked about earlier that was marked because it was the rematch of Raleigh Stickwick and Roger Staubach from the 1963 game, which saw the first ever instant replay. The 1964 game was very historic in another right, and we'll get to that here as Navy gets set, 1st and 10 from the 20, snap, and R-line takes it around the end for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 6. The 1964 game between Army and Navy broke the color barrier in this game. Calvin Huey of Navy breaking the color barrier that day. And mentioned this earlier, Army unbeaten versus Navy between 1922 and 1933. And there were different reasons why this game wasn't played. 2nd and 6, shotgun snap, and R-line tries to go around the end. He gets stopped, tries to change his direction, but it'll be about a 1-yard loss. So it'll be 3rd and 7.
And it looked like big number 52, the D lineman, Austin Hill, the junior from Memphis, Tennessee, gets in the backfield there. R-line, he looks a little banged up. We'll see if that affects him, but Austin Hill with a nice job causing a 3rd and long.
Navy between 2002 and 2015, 14 consecutive wins in the series. But in 1894, now realize the series began in 1890. From 1894 to 1898, the two teams did not meet on the field due to a dispute. It's 3rd and 7, shotgun snap, and Arline's going to take it up the middle. It'll be 4th and about 3. We'll see what they do here.
And it's that man again, Austin Hill, along with the man we highlighted before the game, Leo Lowen, the big linebacker, coming to play. Both of those guys make a tremendous stop. Army has a chance to take real control of this one. We'll see if Riley Reithman could boot it deep, his 5th punt of the day.
Arline appears to be banged up. He's limping off the field as the Navy offense does as well. So here comes the punt attempt, 4th and 3. 9 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter. And here's the kick, and it is off. It is high, but not very deep. Scooped at the 40, and number 10 takes it down the sidelines to have just passed midfield.
Cameron Jones had a nice little return on that one. Looks like he put on the burners there and really took off. Army sets himself up good here. Their special teams have been one of their best, if not their second best, behind their defense part of the game.
That 1894 to 1898, 5 seasons where they did not play, it was due to a dispute. Army General and Navy Admiral had a duel after the 1893 game, and it led to a 5-year hiatus in the rivalry. The rivalry came back in 1899. In 1909, the game was not played due to an Army cadet's death in October versus Harvard. They did not play that game, and that was the time period in which the United States had really talked about banning football because it was a much more dangerous sport than it is today. And so that game was not played in 1909. In 1917 to 1918, game was not played due to orders from the War Department as World War I was going on. In 1928 and 1929, the two teams could not reconcile on what made players eligible to play, so they did not meet then either. That's a little bit from Army Navy. By the way, the Army Mule has been around since 1899, and it was in response to Navy's Goat that had appeared a few years prior. In 1936, the official mule made a sighting on the sidelines for Army's named Mr. Jackson. And since then, there's been 17 mules in the series. And if you want it, and we're not going to get it today, Tones, but there's a famous episode in 1973 of the famous MASH television show in which Navy, in reference, beats Army 42-36 in the 1952 matchup.
Wow.
Now this game was actually 7-0 was the actual score. But that 42-36 score has never been the final score of any Army-Navy game, and people still count it down to see if it ever happens. It's not happening today. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's been opposite day, but this Army offense looks to get going here. 0 for 6 passing, 20 rushes for 63 yards, 5 different ball carriers. Now or never on the 40-yard line. They're set up beautifully.
They could punch it in here. They could take control of this ball game for sure.
Absolutely.
It's 1st and 10, and looks like Tyler will be under center here. And here's the snap, and he's going to take it around the side. It's a keeper, and he's going to go. He's going to go. The 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Army.
And it looks like there's a flag. Hold your horses here. Oh, man, this would be detrimental. Holy cow.
Finally get an exciting play, and there's going to be a block in the back that brings it all back.
And that's going to be, looks like number 11, Isaiah Alston. We've seen him drop a big one earlier, McGee. This one blocking the back. And we'll see here on the replay. He does shove him in the back as, man, Tahir Taylor passes him. Probably could have been avoided by Alston, but he definitely did get him a little bit in the back there. That's unfortunate.
The old saying goes, if you can see, of course, neither team has names on the back of their jersey, but the old saying goes in football coaching, if you can read the man's name on his back, do not touch him.
Yeah, and he violated that rule.
So that brings the ball back. It'll be 1st and 10, and the ball will be spotted at the 40-yard line.
All of a sudden, we got flag after flag.
Here's the handoff up the middle, and there will be a flag after about a 2-yard gain. We'll see what that is.
We've seen Navy end with 3 flags on one of their last possession here. It looks like a false start's going to garner Army 5 more yards. Now that's back-to-back Army flags. This game's getting a little full of yellow laundry all of a sudden. What was that game we did last year, McGee, where it was just flag after flag as well? I feel like some of these games are just flag fests.
Yeah, I do a lot of games. I don't know. Okay, so it's 1st and 15 from the 45. And in almost a wishbone formation, man on the right goes in motion. Tyler's going to keep it up the middle again, and he goes rumbling up the left side. Look like the same play that they dialed up for the touchdown. This time it's about a 12 or 13-yard gain, and you wonder if you'll start seeing more and more of this where the end comes around and almost works as like a pulling guard. 2nd and 4. Same formation. 8 minutes left here in the third quarter. Here's a snap. They'll go around the right side, and this time Tyler loses his footing and is dropped behind, right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 4.
And they're clearly trying now to attack more so, it looks like, up the gut with their quarterback here on the ground. We'll see what they do on 3rd and 4. Army's showing a couple good runs here. One called back on a flag, one stood. We'll see if Tyler could get something going.
Tahir Tyler was almost the man of the hour, had rumbled for a long touchdown run. If you're just joining us, called back because of a push in the back, but Army is threatening. 3rd and 4 from the 34-yard line. It's a keeper. He's going to try to dance his way up, and he does get the first down just past the 30-yard line, diving to the 28 of Navy.
Tremendous block by Ajon Marshall really helps clear the gap for Tahir Tyler to get that first down. Ajon Marshall, big-time block right there by the running back.
1st and 10 Army. Here's the snap, and Tyler's going to try to keep it on the right side. He'll get stopped at the line to gain, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
At their very least, Army's kind of making their way into field goal position here for Quinn Marecki, and they're draining a lot of time off the clock. So at the very least, they're being productive in terms of moving the football.
You got to look at it as if you can get a field goal here, you'd stretch the lead out to 7. And that clock is becoming the enemy of Navy. Here's the snap. It's a handoff up the middle. Got about we'll say a 5-6 yard gain, and it's going to be a very manageable 3rd and about 4.
And you think Army does feel comfortable in this spot with the quarterback they have. And just to show you Quinn Marecki's season-long field goal, only 38 yards.
So 3rd and 5, they're going to call it. I think that's a bit of a bad spot. 3rd and 5. Ballard is not ready for the snap, and he fumbles it, and Navy jumps all over him. There is a flag. See what
another flag.
Ballard was able to jump on the ball, but there is a false start, so the play won't count anyways.
Looks like the right guard moved early there.
Well, the center moved early because Ballard was not ready for the snap.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the center. They lined up with an extra lineman that was the center tucked in there.
I don't know how the center can be false start. He's the one that snaps the ball. So that's really a poor call by the referees. And
The
another
right guard,
bad
man.
snap gets out of the way for Ballard. The ball is rolling around. Navy is going to. Now they don't get it. Army scoops it up. They try to run around the end, but they're going to be dropped at about the 44-yard line of Army. A disastrous play, a loss of about 25 yards, and actually kind of a boneheaded play by Navy. Not to just try to jump on the ball. He tried to scoop it, number 54, as opposed to just falling on the ball. So Army escapes the disaster. It's 4th and 35 from the 46-yard line of Army. And here's the snap, the kick. It's not very high, not very deep. Will it be returned? It will be returned. Number 28. It's going to take it up the left sideline. He will be dragged down by defenders at about the 23-yard line where Navy will set up shop.
And a great play by number 27 on Army, Markel Johnson, to pick up that ball and gain 3 or 4 extra yards and make sure Navy doesn't get that ball, because as you alluded to, Navy tried to scoop it, run with it. They should have just fallen on it and had tremendous field position. Good job by Markel Johnson to not allow that to happen.
We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Army Navy 2022.
Why, any fool could see he made that first down when he dived. If Howard Cosell came in now, he'd never get out alive.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Tones and McGee bringing you Army Navy 2022. Big possession coming up here for the midshipmen, Tones, as they are deep in the territory, trailing by 4.
Yeah, and it's a big one. They've dominated time of possession, dominated yardage in terms of carries, less penalties for Navy. They've really played a cleaner, crisper game besides the scoreboard. We'll see if Army's defense, led by Leo Lewin, could continue to step up.
So here we go. Navy trailing 7-3. First and 10 from the 23-yard line. Receiver in motion, handoff, snap up the middle, and he's going to be rumbling. Number 34 is gone, baby. Go, go, go all the way into the end zone. It's pay dirt for the midshipmen.
Anton Hall Jr. took that one, hit the gap, didn't look back. The young man rumbled all the way into the end zone. This game's getting some big runs all of a sudden. These defenses might start to be getting tired. You've seen it on both ends now. Looks like the ref might have missed a hold there. Nonetheless, Anton Hall Jr. gets past that. Boom, into the end zone. Nobody even came close to touching him. Tremendous run by the midshipmen, and they might never look back after taking this lead.
What an enormous play, an enormous run by Anton Hall. There was nobody there. It was an Olay defense. This is the second big run of the day. First one called back on Army. So the offense might be starting to open up a little bit, maybe some fatigue. Here's the extra point attempt, and it is good. It's 10-7 Navy over Army. Army will get the ball back. We still got a long way to go. 19 minutes left in this game, 4:09 in the third quarter, and it just got really interesting.
We might have spoke too soon on that score being unobtainable with the way these cats are starting to run. But for real, this game started to heat up a little bit. These defenses starting to put their hands on their hips and get tired.
If you're wondering, the over-under in Vegas is 32. So you're still 2 touchdowns plus behind. But like you said, it could actually happen at this point. I think you need 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Not likely everyone's going to start lining up for 2-point conversions. But wow. All right, Tones, we'll take a really quick break. We'll be back in 30 seconds. And you're listening to Braves Country and the Army-Navy game with Areola and McGee.
That's right.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Welcome back. As fireworks are starting to happen here in Army-Navy. Navy leads it 10-7 after a long touchdown run. Was that 74 yards? Somewhere in there.
74.
Excuse me. 77 yards. And here's the kickoff. 4:09 left in the third quarter. Army's going to get it at about the 4-yard line, but it'll be a fair catch. So they will take over at their own 25. What are you looking to see in this possession, Towns?
It'll be interesting to see. I think they should continue to attack the ground with Tyler. He's looked good. And then when you get the other quarterback in Ballard, he's looked good on the ground as well. So more quarterback keeps coming for Army.
10-7 Navy leads. Last regular season college football game of the season. 1st and 10. Ballard drops back to pass. He'll dump it off to the flat. A poor throw and could not hold on to it. It was Tyler. He dove, but probably should have had the catch, but would have only had about a 2 or 3 yard gain.
If you're going to do that, you might as well run. You've been running better. To me, if you're passing, go for more than 2 yards, 3 yards. Come on, Army. You got to get going here. You haven't scored offensively yet, now or never.
Second and 10 now. Shotgun formation. Ballard at quarterback. Tyler right next to him. See what they have cooked up. It is a handoff and right up the center and no gain. I mean, no gain, nothing there. It's 3rd and 10.
And Tyler looks a little shaken up as well, so that would not be good if he is a little shaken up for Army. You see big number 97 there on Navy make a tremendous play. Clay Cromwell absolutely crashed down on him from Oxford, Mississippi. The junior, 292 pounds, 6'3", ginormous man, makes a ginormous play. 3rd and forever coming up for Army.
That would be very detrimental to Army's comeback if Tyler cannot come back. He's jogging over the sidelines under his own power. So it looks like he may be okay. But he's been by far the most explosive player for the Cadets. It's now 3rd and 10 as Tyler sits on the sideline. Ballard is in shotgun formation, 2 wide. Slot man goes in motion and fakes the handoff, and he is going to get corralled, sacked, and dropped by number 1 of the Navy midshipmen. A big time sack by John Marshall Sr.
The senior from Highland, Maryland gets in there, 209 pounds, looks fresh right there. Army offense continues to struggle. Navy defense feasted there. I don't like the plan of attack there by Army. To me, play calling could have been much better. Now you force a 3 and out.
So now they have to punt. It's 4th and 12. Here is the snap, and the kick is up, not very deep. Fair caught at the 35-yard line by the Navy midshipmen. And they'll set up shop there, 1st and 10 and around the 34.
This is where Army could find themselves in trouble here if Navy continues to move the ball effectively and find their way into the end zone. Navy shaped up their defense last drive, stifled a 3 and out. We'll see if Army's able to pick up the pieces. Remember, Army was on the field a lot that first half. We'll see if they could take advantage here in Navy's offense.
That 1 touchdown for Army coming off a blocked kick. But they did have the ball in deep into Navy territory to start the second half, could not capitalize. Here's the shotgun snap, and our lines are going to keep it, rumble up the middle for about a 4-yard game. It'll be 2nd and 6.
Navy's going to look for a methodical drive where they pound the rock, take time off, bring it into the 4th quarter, and look to get at least 3 here and make it a near improbable comeback for Army at that point. So we'll see if they can make it happen behind our line and his legs.
2.5 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter. Army Navy, America's game. Appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with us here. Here's the shotgun snap, and it's going to be an end around. Number 23 is going to rumble up the sidelines about a yard short of the 1st down. It'll be 3rd and very, very short.
The juniors are getting going. Anton Hall Jr. had that huge touchdown run last time. Here it's Vincent Terrell Jr. getting a good sweep around the left. This is pivotal in the game right here. Brings up 3rd and 2. If Navy gets a 1st down, that would take the sail out of the Army here. Big test here for Army's defense. Big number 99 needs to show up here.
They're taking another look at it as he went out of bounds, trying to get a good spot there. And there looks like there might be an injury.
Looks like Terrell, the ball carrier junior, could be a little shaken up. And that is Vincent Terrell, the junior from Honolulu, Hawaii.
So he is being walked over to the tent. We'll try to get an update on him in shortly. 3rd and 2. Our line under center. He is going to try to keep it and go around this right side, and he gets stopped about a yard short. They're right around midfield. They do lead by a field goal. Army's offense has struggled mightily. Do you think they punt here, or will they roll the dice?
To me, you punt, you pin back Army. The way Army's offense has been playing, they're not going to be looking to move the ball. So you punt here up 7, you don't panic, and you let Army try and drive the field.
So 4th and 1, Navy midshipmen, they are going to punt.
I think it's the right move at this stage of the game.
Here's the kick, and it is not a great one, a wobbly one, but it is going to die like a duck at the 5-yard line, and a long way to go for the Cadets. We're going to head to break. When we come back, Army is going to try to go 95 yards and take the lead as we're heading towards the 4th quarter.
Wow.
Hey, sports fans, the Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Hey, sports fans, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on the. We are back. So it was a quick timeout, and 2nd and 3 for the Cadets, and they're going to take it up the gut and get dropped. Looks like Tyler is back in the game, and it'll be 3rd and 2, Tones, with a ball around the, we'll call it 12-yard line.
And on 1st down, they had a Brahim Murphy 8-yard run, and now they had that 2-yard run for Tyler. So 7 yards and 2 yards. It'll set up a 3rd and 1 when we set off the 4th quarter.
So here we go. Navy leading 10-7 after a long touchdown run. That is going to take us to the end of the 3rd quarter. We will be back in just a minute to bring you the 4th quarter of the 123rd edition of Army Navy.
Put the 4 fingers up.
Hey, sports fans, the Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins.
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I Bring home you know what. You know who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Welcome back, Army Navy, number 123, and Tones and I are proud to bring it to you, and hope you're enjoying as much as we are. But I'll tell you what, Tones, it started off a little slow, but I think we're in for a heck of a finish.
Yeah, we're cruising right along here. Army's looking to make a little push here on 3rd and short. Both offenses looking to pick things up a little bit, and it looks like we got some penalties holding back Army's offense a little bit. We'll see if they could shake off the yellow flags there in quarter 4.
They're going to have to get some big chunks of yards. I don't know if you can go 95 yards, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So they're going to have to try to take some kind of shot, but at the same time, you don't want to turn the ball over. You at least would like to flip the field on this possession and maybe get a chance next time. All right, it's 3rd and 2 here from the 13-yard line, snap under center, and Tyler goes off to the right-hand side, and he's going to get dropped for very little or no gain. It is 4th down.
And it looks like Tyler just hits the wrong gap there. If he follows the center, he has a little cloud of umbrella blockage there. Instead, he tries to go outside, gets swarmed in a hurry. Big stop there by Navy. Connor Bishop had a big hole right behind him.
They're going to go for it. 4th and 1.
Holy cow.
So he's either trying to draw him off sides, but if so, does that mean you're going to allow yourself to use a timeout? Or get
Army's having fun in their last game.
4th and 1, and it is off to the right-hand side and left-hand side, and number 32 powers his way for an Army first down to the 20-yard line. Wow.
And Army's coach puffed his chest out with that call right there. They're trying to win this one in the last regular season game. Tyson Riley, big-time run.
So here we go, 1st and 10, Army from the 20. Tyler drops back to pass. He's going to get crushed. He gets absolutely swallowed up by 3 Navy defenders. It is a huge loss, about 13 or 14 yards, and it is going to be a long 2nd down.
Literally swarmed by the Navy defense. Looked like Colin Ramos, the linebacker, 205 pounds, was all over him there, the sophomore from Wayne, New Jersey. Tremendous play by this Navy defense after Army gets a huge one.
So here we go. 2nd and 20 now, after going forward on 4th down and turning things around. Here's the shotgun snap from Tyler from the 9-yard line, and it is a run up the middle. Powers his way, number 3, all the way back to the original line of scrimmage, down to the 20. It will be about 3rd and 10.
Ajon Marshall showing a little bit right there why he's their return guy. Quick burst up the middle. Now 3rd and manageable, although long for this offense considering how they run style of play. At least they got a little more than halfback.
So 3rd and 9. 12:38 to go. Army trying to get to the sticks at the 29. Here's shotgun pass in, drops back and fires it across deep down the middle, nowhere even close to the receiver, overthrows the intended receiver by about 5 to 10 yards, and it's going to be 4th and 9.
Looks like number 51 linebacker Nicholas Straw creates great pressure there on Ballard, the quarterback. Gives him no time to set, throws it deep, intended for Brahim Murphy, and once again, over the outreach of Murphy. It seems as if every time they do attempt to go to Murphy, it's unsuccessful.
Number 44, Colin Ramos, pounded him into the ground. Here's the 4th and 9 kick. And the punt is on the way. It's a fairly deep one, and it's going to be returned by number 28 up to the right-hand side Amin Hassan is going to return the ball almost to midfield.
Wow. Huge play there for Navy as they look to silence this Army team once and for all. If they get a touchdown here, that's going to be a big comeback.
We'll go ahead and stay here with you as they're going to take a quick timeout. So, Tones, what are you looking forward to in this possession? You got to figure they at least want to stretch this into a 13-7 lead, right?
Yeah, at the very least. So that means Army would have to score the 6 plus the extra point, which is no guarantee. You look to run the ball, take some time off. You've had success the past couple of drives as Navy if you are running the ball. So at the very least, look to get a first down or two, take at least 5 to 7 minutes off that clock. Army has not completed a pass yet, I don't believe. So they're very much so hurting for a pass completion. Yes, they are 0 for 8 passing the football right now, and they only have 81 rushing yards. So if you take some time off the clock and get a field goal here, make Army pass the ball, they're 0 for 8. I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Army Navy brought to you by Braves Country, as we will be doing play-by-play of Braves Country baseball just in a couple of months. And, of course, we also bring football to you, the play-by-play. We have the daily show 3 to 5 p.m. You can catch us on all your social media platforms in WQEE, The Key in Atlanta. And Tones and I plan on bringing you a Thursday night special this coming week. It is Thursday night will be the 49ers and Seahawks. That should be a good one.
That'll be a lot of fun right now, especially with the Seahawks playing the way they are. So we got a big Sunday to get through first, but both of these teams are going to be an exciting showdown on Thursday. That's going to be some tremendous football out there. And for Thursday night, that's a perfect type of matchup, smash mouth divisional football.
We've also got a couple of other Thursday night broadcasts that are coming in later in December. I'll put them up in the chat. I have confirmed I will be able to bring all three to you, and hopefully Tones can join us as well. Some good matchups for Thursday night football down the stretch. So here we go. It's 12:15 left on the clock. Army Navy. Navy has a 10-point lead. I'm sorry, a 10-7 lead, excuse me. 10-7 lead, scoring on a 74-yard touchdown run mid-third quarter. Army's touchdown came from a block punt towards the end of the first half. Shotguns formation for Navy, and it's going to be a keeper by Arline. Arline is going to stumble forward off the right-hand side, get about a 3-yard gain. It's second down.
Leo Lowen, the linebacker we circled before the game with the big stop there for Army before they could break it off. Navy and Arline there, huge stop, and they need a big turnover on downs quickly here. Does this Army defense so ever?
So 2nd and 8. You figure Navy, if nothing else, they are trying to make sure that they hold on to the ball and do not give Army a short field, at least make them go the long way home. Shotgun formation, snap is handed off up the gut, about we'll call it a half-yard gain, not much there, and it's third down.
As this clock ticks under 11 minutes and Army's offense has been very stagnant, they need this stop. They need to do whatever they can to prevent our line and this offense from continuing their momentum towards a victory. Big-time football is needed from Army here. We'll see if the likes of Leo Lewin could step up.
So 3rd and 7. 3 backs in the backfield. 2 out wide. Here's the snap. Play action. Arline now dances around, looking for room to run. Makes a few men miss. He's going over the right-hand side. Nowhere to go. He's dropped for about a half-yard gain, and it's going to be 4th down at midfield.
Nathaniel Smith, the man who recovered the touchdown in the end zone earlier for Army with a tremendous play, is the one who brings down our line there. Awesome effort by this Army defense. They get the ball back. They're a little fired up. Hopefully it's a touchback for them or a shanked kick. Otherwise, they're going to be facing a very uphill battle.
So 4th and 7. Army's about to get the ball back. Here's the punt, and the punt is shanked off to the right-hand side. Army will get the ball. Looks like it as the line judge comes running up. He gives him a favorable call at about the 26-yard line. So Army will set up shop there with 10 minutes left to go in the game. We'll be back in a flash.
Someone asked me one time, you ever bet in the WNBA? I'm like, no. Nobody cares about the WNBA. They don't, sorry. Perfect example, Brittany Griner, WNBA superstar, currently in a Russian prison. If that were LeBron James, we would have sent SEAL Team 6, Jason Bourne, and 3 Girl Scouts for an extraction.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Cruise the Caribbean and Bahamas from Miami or Port Canaveral. Book now with free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only. Single item at regular price. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on the. Welcome back. Army Navy. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Tones. Big possession here.
Huge. And they need something going here. Really huge offensive possession for Army.
Army just forced a 3 and out. Here's first down, and wide open on the right-hand side is number 8. He'll make the catch, and he is going to get down the sidelines to about midfield, pound it outside of bounds, and it is 1st and 10 Army.
And it looks like that could be targeting as well on either the quarterback or Brahim Murphy. As Ballard and Murphy finally meet up, Murphy takes on head-to-head contact. Ballard takes on head-to-head contact, and it does indeed look like targeting. Good job there by the Zebras getting this one right, and a huge play for Army plus the foul.
Wow.
And I don't know if they might have to review that one. It's hard to tell if that's exactly targeting or whatnot on the hit on Murphy. He does lean in with his shoulder, the Navy defender, number 18, but seems like he does try and pop his head up a little bit. We'll see what they review.
Ryan Lane, the third. I think that was shoulder.
Yeah, it looks like shoulder.
If that's what they're calling it on 18, which appears it is, that is shoulder. That is not helmet to helmet.
I agree with you. I don't think that's targeting. I think it looks like shoulder here. I don't think you could kick a kid out of the game for this one, especially with the revoked one earlier. But it seems like they're sticking firm with their call. I thought they were going to call it there. I thought they were going to call it right there on number 90 on the hit on the quarterback Ballard as they make head-to-head contact. To me, the hit on the quarterback that number 90 made looked a lot worse than the one on Murphy.
You know, and they have reversed it so the ball will sit at midfield. So no targeting. And 1st and 10 is actually on the 48. And here's the snap. Tyler tries to run it up the middle. He gets stuffed. Looks like a bit of a loss here of about 1 or 2 yards, and it'll be 2nd down and long.
Well, thank God they reversed that one because we clearly seen it wasn't targeting. It looked like it from the naked eye, but on replay clearly wasn't. Navy's defense looks a little fired up, causes a tackle for loss there.
Unless Army ends up with another disaster, you got to figure this is 4-down territory. 2nd and 11, just 9 minutes left in the game.
Absolutely. And I still can't believe on the last one, I mean, it was hard to see at first, but that shoulder to helmet, I'm really glad they overturned that one. You would have hated to seen
quarterback under center is Cade Ballard. He's going to take a timeout. Go ahead and finish it. Sorry.
No, you're completely fine. You would have just hate to seen a kid get thrown out of their last regular season game, perhaps their last game ever, for a hit that clearly showed no merit to the targeting rule. Good job by the refs to review that and reverse that decision. To me, the one on the quarterback, a little worse.
I'm with you. I thought maybe it was going to be the hit on the quarterback, but they're letting them play today. That's for sure. So we'll see when they get back here. Army sitting at about midfield and 2nd and 11. Once again, 9 minutes left in the game. If they cannot get a 1st down, they can't go any further here and they have to punt. It would make the next possession by Navy an all out, you got to stop them or else type. And then plus add to the fact, Tones, that Army just burned a timeout.
Yeah, it doesn't help their cause there if they do have to give the ball back, especially hovering right around the 9-minute mark left in this game. Time is evaporating quick. These teams like to keep the ball on the ground, so that means this clock will shrink even more so before you know it. Every timeout is precious. Last regular season game, Army needs to be a little smarter the way they're using their clock management, especially without scoring offensively yet. They've only scored on that special teams play. If you look at their offensive stats, we'll take a peek here real quick in the Army-Navy splits. Time of possession getting a little more even now. Army has had the ball for 22.5 minutes, Navy 28.5 minutes. 1st downs is now 7-6. The biggest difference in this game has been rushing. Navy is 207, Army is 80. So that has been the sheer difference maker so far in this one. Both teams have 5 penalties. Stats are getting close to even. The running game, which both these teams live and die by, goes to the Navy, and that's why the scoreboard indicates that right now. Army's got to get more than what they're doing. Right now, they're averaging 2.2 yards per carry. You can't win any game like that, let alone this big of a game.
So they're about to go back to action. Ball sits at about midfield. 2nd and 11 for Army in a critical possession here. Ballard under center. Here's the snap. He's going to drop back to pass it. He's going to gun it down the field. And open is the receiver, but a poor throw ends up in an incomplete pass. There is a flag on the play.
And it looks like number 7 on Navy did grab the wide receiver Isaiah Alston, number 11, who tried to go up and get it. Number 7 does look like he grabs him a little bit, so wouldn't be shocked if it is a holding, but gets bailed out on the classic underthrow. And that's Mabiti Williams Jr.
Like they're going to, because of the time of the calling, it's going to be pass interference because the ball was in the air. He did put his hand on the jersey. It was one of those terrible throws that ends up working out well for you. So it is pass interference, and it'll be 1st and 10, Army at the 35-yard line, about 10 yards or less away from field goal range. Make it the 34. Ballard under center. Here comes a end around. It's a reverse, and number 8 on the right-hand side, all to do about nothing. A double reverse that ends up no gain.
All that excitement for that
flag. So we'll see what that is.
And it looks like it's Flag City all of a sudden. It looks like it's going to be offense or moving back, perhaps.
Usually on a play like that, it's some kind. No, it's a personal foul. A personal foul call? That is brutal.
What is going? Oh, wow. It does look like number 5 on Army definitely did get up in the grill of someone. That was Cole Catterbone with the block there. Yeah, it looks like he got him high.
I don't know about that one. I'll put it to folks this way for those who can't see it. That's football. So it's 1st and 25. The ball is now back at midfield. Ballard drops back to pass. He's going to gun it deep down the field, and he's trying to draw a flag. The ball falls incomplete. Number 11 had a beat on his man, but it falls aimlessly to the turf, and it'll be 2nd and 25.
Yeah, and I agree with you after watching the replay. That is football, and especially the way they've been calling this one today with the no big penalties and targeting and such. You hate to see them call that one in this important of a drive.
So what they're going to try to call that is a unnecessary hit. That's really on the linebacker playing poor defense. 2nd and 25, the ball is snapped. It's going to be dumped off to the right-hand side, spins a bubble screen for a 1-yard gain. You got to really wonder these play calls by Army, and it'll be 3rd. We'll call it 23.
And Brahim Murphy, they continue to try to get him in the game. Pretty much been all Ballard to this point on this drive as they're trying to continue this pass attack. The clock keeps ticking, though. 3rd and forever. They don't probably have anything cut out for this.
You have to more look at it, trying to get about half of that on this one. Maybe find a way to sneak your way into field goal range.
Or draw a flag, but.
So 3rd and 23, shotgun formation, ball in the 47. Ballard drops back to pass. He fires it over the middle, and it should have been intercepted. It is not. It falls to the turf, and it's 4th down.
Brahim Murphy was there for Army, and about 3 or 4 Navy defenders were all over that one. Got to question the play call in there, as you alluded to. Ballard just seemingly had nowhere to go with that one. Big turnover on downs. Navy's going to look to try and put this one away.
Number 9 for Navy got alligator arms. He would have had the interception. I think he thought there was going to be a collision, but he was nowhere close on the play. Here comes the 4th down punt, and it's a deep kick into Navy territory, rolls around and out of bounds at about the 5-yard line. Army pins him deep, but they're going to have to get a 3 and out, essentially, if they're going to have a chance. We'll be back in a flash here. Army Navy, 10-7 your score, 7 minutes left in the game.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
「
or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
」
or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
「
or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
」
or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back. Got about a half a quarter left, Tones. And the Army Black Knights trail the Navy Midshipmen 10-7. Scoring has been few and far between, but with Navy's shadow on their own goal line, a critical set of downs here as they try to get themselves a little breathing room and maybe even play the old-fashioned, it's a little longer, but what they call the old 4-minute offense where you try to drain the clock and get the W.
Yeah, they might.
And our line's under center, man in motion, handoff is up the middle, nothing doing, and it's 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Army's defense has to stifle him here, and really haven't mentioned it today, but if you were to pick a uniform you like more of the two, which one are you rolling with today? I think they're both pretty sharp.
I guess just because it's red, white, and blue, I like the Navy one. I think the helmets for Navy are much better, much sharper, but I kind of like the unis for Army.
I agree with that.
So it's 2nd and 9 and shotgun snap. Our line is dropped after about a 1-yard gain. He got corralled from behind, tried to do a stutter step, and he was absolutely hammered by the end coming around to make the tackle.
And now we have a huge 3rd down with 6 minutes approaching in this one. Army needs a stop here, especially with only 2 timeouts remaining. Navy's a couple first downs away from icing it. Look for them to complete their first pass of the game, or try to.
If I'm Navy, I keep it on the ground, eat the clock, and make Army beat me, because they have been challenged as well through the air. 3rd and 8, and it's an end around and up the middle and rumbling towards the first down marker, but just short, about 2 yards, and it'll be 4th down.
And great job there by Army to make that play, as it looked like for a slight second the back on Navy was about to turn upfield there and get much more than the first down, McQuell Haywood. But Army does a great job of stopping him there. Now in the punt formation, what do you know? Mr. Yellow Laundry returns. Let's see what it is.
4th and 3. And there is a flag. His tones must be a few seconds in front of us.
My apology. I don't know. It seemed like we were good though.
Oh, it is a false start, and it'll be, so that should be half the distance to the goal, and it will be another long 4th down. So probably not that big of a deal, but when you start talking about only being up by a field goal and how big of a possession is going to be and how little these offenses have moved, every little yard's probably going to mean something. And it's now 4th and 8. And is Navy calling a timeout, or is Army calling a timeout? There's a timeout called. I guess it's Navy.
Either way, what are you doing?
You got me on that one. We'll stay here because I was not prepared for that. I don't know why they're calling a timeout unless they just have the wrong personnel on the field. It's the only thing I can think of. Maybe that's probably what it is, with the closer to the with it now being more than a 4th and 5. Army could be putting a block kick on.
Yeah, definitely something brewing here. Maybe Navy thinks that as long as they get this punt off cleanly and smoothly, they have a pretty good handle on this one. Otherwise, I don't think they'd risk that timeout being called.
Considering the fact that Army's only touchdown has come off a block kick for a touchdown. That might have a lot to do with they want to make sure that all the A gaps and B gaps are clogged up, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here on this drive for Army. Ballard hasn't looked necessarily great passing the ball. Neither is Tyler, but they have been moving it a little better of late and then getting halted by penalties, it seems. In the second half, they've moved it across the 50 twice. Both drives stopped by penalties. So it's not like they haven't moved the ball at all. Every time they do, they just get some yellow laundry.
So we're sitting here now, just 5.5 minutes left to find out who will sing second. 4th and 8. Navy lines up for punt, and Army does look like they're coming at it. And here comes the rush. They do not get to him. The ball is off. A long kick, a great kick, but it will be returned. He'll grab the ball, and number 10 is up to the right-hand side. He gets dropped at about the 46-yard line, close to midfield, and about 30, 40 yards away from a tying field goal.
Cameron Jones gets the ball, tries to hit the hole quick there, gets his team in a good chance, or a better chance, I should say at least, of trying to get to field goal range. Once again, not the greatest leg on the Army's. Got to keep marching.
So 1st and 10, 5:21 left in the game. And shotgun formation, Ballard at quarterback. He hands it off to Tyler. Tyler hits it up the middle. Actually, excuse me, that is not Tyler. It looked like Tyler. It's actually number 27 for Army. And
Markel Johnson.
I do not have him listed on the depth chart. 2nd and 5, and the snap is Ballard rumbling over to the right-hand side, and he dives forward about a yard short. It is 3rd and 1.
Well, in these run-heavy type games, they literally empty the backfield, and you're getting running backs 4th, 5th, 6th string out there. Fun to see.
Offense, 3rd and 1, 4.5 minutes left. Here's the snap and hand off up the middle. Johnson will take it for the first down for Army, and he gets about a 4-yard gain. Clock will stop momentarily.
And Army really wants the clock to keep moving here as they try and get into scoring position. As long as they could keep moving the ball forward, they'd love nothing more than perhaps a 6-pointer than give the ball back.
So here we go. 1st and 10. Army ball in the Navy 43. Here's shotgun snap. Here comes the blitz. He fires it down the middle, and number 54 is all over the receiver. That is going to be a pass interference and put Army into field goal range.
And that was big Will Harbor, number 54. We've called his name aplenty tonight. The junior out of Heath, Texas, or Frisco, Texas, I'm sorry. Just all over the guy there, number 3 on Army. He had no chance to get that one. He was assaulted out there. That's a great call by the refs, as that was clearly pass interference. Led them no choice. Ijon Marshall getting the draw. Really nice by Army.
So a first down earlier in the game. 54 should have been called for a PI. They finally get him for it. And 4:05 left. The ball now on the 28-yard line, right on the cusp of field goal range. Here's the snap, and it's going to be a run up the middle by Ballard. He's going to rumble for about 3 or 4 yards, and now down to the 24-yard line of the midshipman.
And this is what Army wants. Cade Ballard playing right into the script, the senior from Greenville, Tennessee. Keep that clock moving. Keep the ball moving in the right direction. Try and give it to Navy with minimal time left and have them be the ones struggling from deep in their territory.
2nd and 6, 3.5 minutes left. Army Navy 10-7. Army trying to score a go-ahead touchdown and also trying to take as much clock off as possible. Here's the snap, and the ball is handoff, end around, and number 3 gets all the way down to the 21-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down, and we'll call it about 3.
Ajon Marshall with the carry there. Interesting enough on this drive, Army's done a nice job of moving it. 0 passes, 5 rushes, 2 penalties has given them 33 net yards, not counting penalties. So look for Army to keep it on the ground here.
10-7 your score. Army trying to take the lead. 3rd and 3 from the 21-yard line. Bunch formation, man in motion, and Ballard's going to keep it, and he's going to get to the center of the field and get stopped at the 20-yard line, 2 yards short, setting up the game-tying field goal. Navy does have 2 timeouts, and you wonder if they might try to ice the kicker.
They should, maybe with 2 timeouts, as Quinn Maretsky comes on, and we've talked about Maretsky earlier. Not a deep long on the year, just right around this mark.
Maretsky down the center of the field. He lines up 6 of 8 field goals on the year. See if they do call a timeout. Clock's winding down. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. All the way through the uprights. Bang! We've got a tie ball game.
Bang, zoom, just like that. Army draws it up just how they ordered it. 10-10 ball game, less than 2 minutes left. This is what you want as an Army-Navy fan.
Are you up for some free football, sir?
Hey, free football is free football.
So Navy's got the ball heading their way. There's 1:53 on the clock. As we set that up for you, Navy will get the return. They do have 2 timeouts. Interesting, they did not use one of the timeouts to try to ice the kicker. Instead, they're going to use those timeouts to try to move the ball. You also have to be concerned, if you're a midshipman fan, on possibility of a turnover. And would you be better off just playing for overtime?
And interestingly enough here as well, McGee, the over is not out of consideration all of a sudden with overtime in the picture.
No, but I'll tell you what is going to hit. If you remember yesterday's show, we do a weekly 3 to 5 p.m. show coming out of the Atlanta, Georgia market, and also here on YouTube and wherever you're watching us, Facebook, etc. And I mentioned to you that I had a teaser, and it was a 13-point teaser, 4 teams, and this was the one I was worried about. Well, it just got to 20. And if you do the math, some way, one way or the other, with no ties ever again in college football, someone's got to score. So I'm going to hit the over.
There we go. Market 1 for 1.
Barely got to it, though. My word.
Hey, sometimes barely get into it. Well, not sometimes. It's just as good.
But you're right. The actual over is 32. And if you get a couple of touchdowns in overtime, and we'll go over the overtime rules if we get that far, but you will pass the over. And I'm sure a lot of people with the unders are a little nervous right now.
I'm actually
kicked off, going deep, and it is out in and out of the end zone. And Navy will get the ball at the 25. Go ahead.
I'm actually amped for the finish of this one, McGee. It's been a fun game this far. Here we go. Square in the eyes, 2 timeouts apiece. Stats about even now. Score clearly even. Man to man, mano y mano. Who's going to step up, Army or Navy? This is what you want in the last regular season game of the beautiful 2022 college football season.
No overtimes in the history of Army Navy. So we could be seeing that for the very first time. If no one fails, if no one is able to score in the next 153. Army, Navy, shotgun formation, ball snapped, run up the middle by the quarterback R-line, and he is stopped for a no gain, and it's 2nd and 10.
And no timeout, it's here, meaning if Army stops him again here, as long as it's a run, they'll look to call one, as long as they don't get at least 8 or 9. Nathaniel Smith almost knocks that ball away. Our line's got to be careful holding that thing like a loaf of bread at that time.
So 2nd and 10, minute 20, and Navy is taking their time, not rushing their way to the line of scrimmage, not wanting to punt the ball back to Army with a lot of time left. 2nd and 10, and ball is snapped, and our line will keep it again. He is stopped for maybe a yard gain. We'll call it 3rd and 9. It's more of a 3rd and 9.5.
And that's a big senior. Called his name aplenty. Andre Carter, second, out of Missouri City, Texas, with an incredible hit there. Now sets up Navy for a 3rd and very long, especially for a team who has not completed a pass yet tonight, McGee. This is going to be a tough spot for them. Army elects to go timeout here. Still have one timeout left. What would you do if you're Navy?
I think I run the ball and I force Army to use that final timeout.
And then, yeah, because, I mean, I'm more confident in my defense almost getting a turnover on Army if they try and pass the ball than my offense getting a completion here.
So real quick, if we are heading to overtime, and it does appear that we are, the overtime rules in college football have changed a little bit over the years. Each team will get a timeout in overtime as Navy is settling back in 3rd and 9 from their own 26, shotgun formation. Here comes the end around to the man in motion, and off and running and past the first down marker is number 24 of Navy. It's a Navy first down with a minute left. The clock will stop momentarily as the chains move.
McQuell Haywood says, hey, fellas, hold on to the overtime talk. Scampers for the first down. Navy's got to go here.
So here we go. Navy still not in much of a hurry. Clock's ticking down, 42 seconds. The shotgun snap, another jet sweep around the right-hand side. 34 is tackled inbounds, and the clock stops. I'm guessing it is a timeout by Navy.
That time on the carry, it's Daniel Jones, ironically enough, not able to get back to the line. Even thought he was face masked. No penalty called there by the refs. I think that's a good one. And now Navy calls a timeout. So although losing a yard, that timeout could go either way here. Because if Army comes up with a big stop here, they could call one and have it in their favor. Now Navy on 2nd and 11 is going to look to run for a first down and try and get into field goal range. So big play here.
So at the end of regulation, the referee will toss a coin to determine which team will possess the ball in the first OT if we get this far. The visiting team captain will call the toss. That would be, I guess that would be Navy, since they are wearing the white, and traditionally college football, the white is the visiting team. The team that loses the coin toss must exercise the remaining of options, as we'll get here in a second. 2nd and 11, shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and 34 is dropped at about the 45 of Navy. Clock is ticking down. I don't think either team would burn a timeout here. I would be shocked. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Navy is going to they will call one more timeout.
Maybe Navy has worked on a play all week that they've drawn up or something that they're going to try and call right here, some type of shenanigans, try and get them into field goal range. If not, they're going to punt, and Army would probably just knee it out or try a long run at that point.
I would think they're probably going to run the ball and see how far they get and then go from there. If they get a long enough run, you can set yourself up for a field goal.
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
you get to overtime, each team will get a chance to possess the ball and match each other's score. Starting with the second overtime, you have to go for 2. Starting with the third overtime, the 2-point conversion is the only thing that is ran. There is no touchdown, so everyone will get the ball starting from the 3-yard line. 3rd and 4, shotgun snap. Our line rolls out, fires it deep down the field, and it is going to be incomplete. Tried to get his man who's streaking down the left sideline, look like look like 29 on the play. So anyways, it'll be 4th and 4, Tones.
That was Masai Maynard, a Daniel Jones attempt. And now Army, they blocked one earlier. Let's see if they could do it again.
So now Navy will try to punt the ball. Here's the snap, the kick, a quick kick, and he gets it off. There's no one back there for a return, so the ball's going to roll around. And if Navy's smart, they'll let it roll as long as they'll won't call it dead. They finally call it dead, and there's 6 seconds left. Looks like we are heading to OT unless something disastrous happens on either end.
If I'm Army, I just try a smart run here. I know there's time, so you just want to go under center, try and hand it off to your running back, because even if a disastrous fumble happens, gosh forbid, should be enough time. They might just kneel it out here as well to bring it into overtime. Wouldn't shock me, but hey, the way this one's going, we've seen a couple big long runs. To me, have faith, try a run. Don't there. It looks like they're not going to try that, so it does look like we appear to be headed into overtime, perhaps. So we got some extra free football on our hands here.
So we'll see as it goes to line up as Tones once again is jumping the gun. 6 seconds left here in the 4th quarter. And they are lining up for a kneel down. And there's the kneel down. We'll head to overtime. 10-10 is your score. Army, Navy, we'll see who gets the – if you win the toss, what are you doing? Are you taking the ball or are you giving it the ball?
I'd give the ball. If I'm winning the toss here, I give the ball, try and hold them to 3. Because if you take the ball, you're not really having much momentum on your side the way you've been scoring offensively on either end. If you give the ball, the worst you do is let up 6 or 7. At least you know what mark you need to hit. If you take the ball and you don't score even a field goal, you just blew the opportunity. So I'm personally, if I win the toss, I'm deferring.
With these two offenses, I might just line up for a field goal. Not even in the fear that I might go backwards. Right?
They should just have a kickoff field goal instead of a shootout, a field goal shootout.
So 10-10 is your score. We're going to overtime, the first overtime in Army Navy history. And once again, it'll be normal overtime rules, but in 2022, they changed the rules to try to speed up the overtime, and really came down to them trying to avoid injuries because they didn't want kids exhausted. So not the biggest fan of the new overtime rules, but the way it states is it'd be normal overtime rules on the first overtime. If you score a touchdown, you kick an extra point, and your opponent has a chance to match you along, just as much as a field goal. If you're still tied at the end of the first 2 possessions, they're going to go for 2. If they score a touchdown, you have to go for 2. And if you get to that 3rd possession, if you follow that logic, the only thing you're trying to do is get a 2-point conversion. And that's how Miami and North Carolina? It was Miami and somebody this year went to a triple overtime, and the final score was only 14-12. It might have been Virginia.
I remember last year, Penn State and U of I had an 8 or 9 overtime, and the final score didn't even hit 20 apiece because they just couldn't quite put it over here. But this is football. 123rd meeting today. Never an overtime appearance. Here, our second call of the game. First for me, we get an overtime. Quite the treat.
So we're going for the you got a coin flip at midfield. I don't know why they don't do this at the beginning of the game. Say, hey, if we go to OT. But anyways, overtime, flip of the coin. Head field judge is explaining the rules. And here is the toss. And it looks like Navy won the toss. And I would assume Navy is going to elect defense. Most teams do. It's like Tones explained. You'd like to know what mark you have to hit if you need a field goal, a touchdown, etc. And then they alternate after that. If there's a second overtime, Army gets the choice. Third overtime, etc., etc., etc.
Army needs to do something here. They get the ball at the 25. They need to bust their tail and try and find their way into the end zone because
was, by the way, I don't mean to cut you off, but just to answer that question, it was the Hurricanes. It was Hurricanes, Virginia. I was wrong. It was 4 overtimes. The final score was 14-12 off of 2-point conversions.
that is incredible.
That's that offense right there.
It adds to the tale of the story of the bad offense, that's for sure.
If you're an offensive recruit, I would not want to go to either place. They do not necessarily have much of an offensive juggernaut at Miami or Virginia at this moment.
Not at all.
I do remember that Penn State one. Yeah, that was last year. That was a heck of an overtime. I didn't watch the Miami one because it was boring, but here's the 1st and 10, handoff up the middle. Number 27 is going to run down the left-hand side. He's into the end zone.
Wow.
Down. Wham, bam, there you go. Touchdown, Army, 16-10.
Markel Johnson, and that backfires for Navy now. They elected to kick the ball. Markel Johnson with a tremendous sprint to the end zone. Army has all the momentum in the world now because Navy needs 7, not 6. They need 7. And Army is living on the edge because if they get to another overtime even, then they hold the advantage in that overtime. So if you're an Army fan right now, for the time being, you're feeling good. And if you have the over, it's looking better than ever at this time. All you need is a Navy to get 6, not even 7, just 6.
So 17-10. Now Navy will have a chance to meet that. And it'll obviously be 4-down territory.
Mm-hmm.
I do think fatigue plays a big part in this. Army not able to move the ball at all, and they get one handoff and they go 25 yards.
Yeah, being that close to the red zone helps him out a little bit.
So we'll see if the Army defense has enough left in them. Navy will have the ball as well at the 25-yard line. Our line's under center. He'll take the snap and drops back to pass. Fires it down the right sideline. Wide open touchdown. We could have a tie ball game.
And what a shot for their first completion of the game. Our line does a little pump and go, says, fake out right there. Let's go get him, fellas. And Mikel Haywood shakes off into the end zone now. So we got a back and forth ball game here in this classic.
It was the H-back is where he lined up at. He just went out wide. Wasn't anything fancy. Just nobody covered him. Army might have been shocked. Might have been shocked that they were throwing the ball forward. But there you go. Here's Haywood setting up for the extra point attempt to tie the game up. And here's the kick. And just barely gets it inside the upright. That was close. It's 17-17. OT number 2 we're headed to.
If that kick was 2 or 3 more yards further, I don't think that extra point's good. This thing's getting exciting. The over has hit. Army and Navy offenses both score on their first plays from scrimmage, both add on extra points. We got a beauty of a ball game here all of a sudden. This thing ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
And I'll be honest with you, if I'm Navy, I seriously would have considered going for 2.
I thought they were going to right there. I honestly thought they were going to. And it's getting to the point where I can see if it comes down to that for Army, I could seriously see them going for 2 as well. But long way to go to that. We got Navy coming up with possession here.
So now Army gets the ball back. If you're just joining us, it's 17-17. We're in overtime, the first overtime ever in the history of Army Navy. And now Navy will get the ball first. Navy set up in the shotgun formation from the 25-yard line. And here's the snap as the man goes in motion. Handoff. Nope, fakes the handoff, runs it up the middle, and R-line moves ahead to about the 21-yard line.
And that was a productive thing for Army getting the touchdown first last time. At least now they have the benefit of being on defense first in the second overtime, try and revive themselves and wipe that bad taste out of themselves and get a stop.
Navy 17, Army 17, the second overtime. There is no game clock in the overtimes. They do keep a play clock. The 21-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff off to the left-hand side, and he is dropped.
Huge play coming up right here. This is huge for Army. And you have to wonder, if Navy loses yards here, what they would do. They almost have no choice but to go for it. Huge third down coming up for our line in this offense.
I think you have to kick the field goal unless it's a very short one.
And I agree completely.
You got to put the pressure on them. 3rd and 6 from the 21-yard line. Here's the snap. Our line scoots around the left-hand side. He takes a dive and moves forward. It is a Navy first down.
Our line has come up clutch all day today, but specifically in overtime. That touchdown pass in the first one, now a 3rd and long run for a first down. Oh my, this guy's had an awesome game.
What a heck of a finish to this game.
It's been incredible.
Xavier R-line, 26 yards. Oh, excuse me, 26 rushes for 101 yards. Look like you got clubbed in the head there. Army's lucky they didn't get a flag. 1st and 10, handoff up the middle, and 34 rumbles into Army, shadow of the end zone, right down to the 3-yard line. It's 1st and goal, midshipman.
Anton Hall Jr. with the big run there. Now they're within the 5-yard line. Look for them to continue to pound it and make their way into the end zone.
Navy midshipman. 17-17 is your score, the second overtime. If they score a touchdown, they must go for 2. They line up under center, the snap. Our line keeps it. He powers ahead for about 2 yards. It'll be 2nd and goal. We'll call it the Army 2.
And Navy's getting awfully close here. You have to wonder if they'll keep it in our line's hands or if they'll go back to Anton Hall Jr., who's been running well here in the second half. I'd hand it off to Anton here.
I also kind of feel like that any kind of a pitch wide might work, don't you?
Yeah, because you got the defense in a pinch up the middle. I think that's a good call.
I think they've got to be focusing on our line, so anything that doesn't involve him would catch you by surprise.
Mm-hmm.
2nd and goal, shotgun snap. Here's the run by our line. He goes up the middle, and Army drops him right there. It is now 3rd and goal, no gain. They'll be starting again from about, say, right at the 2-yard line, between the 2 and 3-yard line.
Marquell Broughton, the captain for Army, laid a big hit there. This is where it gets interesting because it's 3rd and goal from about the 2.5. If you lose any yards here, you got to still go for it, in my opinion. The only way you take the 3 is if you absolutely
3rd and goal, Navy lines up. Shotgun formation, and Navy looks like they will take a timeout. Each team only allotted 1 timeout during overtime. And our line's limping.
Yeah, maybe that's why they ended up calling it as well, try and get his feet back under him.
So with that being said, you wonder if they might have to do something that doesn't involve him running. You only need 2 yards. Would you think about trying to power your way with one of your backs up the middle and get as close as you can so you can maybe sneak it in on fourth down. If it is fourth and we'll say one or less, right? Are you going for it, Tones, or are you going to play it safe and rely on your defense?
If it's fourth and one or less, I'm going for it, in my opinion, only because the way the yards per game they've been getting, near 5 yards a carry. I like that. To me, if it's fourth and goal from the 5 or longer, 4 or longer, that's when you settle for the 3.
What if he does not get a yard here, 4th and 2? And this offense has not been able to move much.
I'd still probably go for it at that point.
We'll see what happens here. That may be a moot point. It is only 3rd and goal right now. And they moved the ball back. It's like the 2.5 yard line. So a little further than what we thought. Shotgun snap and the handoff up the middle, rumbling towards the goal line. Did he fumble? Did he fumble? I think the ball is loose. Army is claiming they've got it. The referees are trying to get the fray away from in the center of the field. There's about 9 bodies. Look like the ball came loose.
Looks like it did.
Drop the ball, Tones. Did you see what number that was?
Big number 99 looked like he came up with the hit. We've been talking about him all day. That's Avery, the defensive lineman for Army.
Has recovered the football.
That's Chris Fry. I'm sorry. Chris Frey. We've been talking about him all day. We'll see here. Let me see. I got 2 screens going. If that does look like a fumble, it does look like it's out on the one replay initially. We'll have to see when they slow it down and go back. It's very hard to tell, very close, but it does look like it'll be hard to overturn. Hard to tell, but if that does stand, Chris Frey comes up with a huge hit, and then number 46 over the top as well. Wow, what a play this would be.
Looking at the replay, number 34 was the ball carrier for Navy, Anton Hall.
52 with the initial hit. Yeah, Anton Hall with the run.
Cloudy video. I think what you're going to end up with, because they called it a fumble, it's going to stay. If they would have said that he was down, they probably would agree with it. I don't know if there's enough video.
That's what I'm saying. I think they got to stick with the call because he's kind of Anton Hall. It's kind of bent in a funny shape where you can't really tell where the ball is, and there's no great camera angle to tell if it's out or not. It appears it would be moving early as number 46 delivers a blow there, as that appears to be Kelvin Crummell, the linebacker for Army, appears to have knocked it loose. To me, they really can't overturn this. I agree with you. If they called it down by contact, they really wouldn't be able to as well. There's no clear instant replay, east, south, north, or west, that shows that he was down by contact.
That last image they showed, I think the ball's out.
I would agree with that. I'd find it hard to believe to overturn this.
I find it hard to believe that CBS has such poor camera angles.
Yeah, and quality.
There's no other football game on today. You should have every camera you own, CBS, at that game. Here comes the call, and it looks like Army. Yes, it will be Army's ball, which means they'll turn it over to Army. All Army needs is a field goal to win this game.
So now all they got to do is be methodical, run the ball a little bit, and try and get the 3. Don't turn the ball over, Army.
And depending on where they end up at, as of right now, they're essentially in field goal range at the 42-yard. The first run is up the middle as a quick snap, and he is stuffed at the line, and it's 2nd and 10.
And everyone who took the over goes, I wasn't even sweating at this point as we make our way through second overtime. But, man, still a low-scoring affair. Army with the big turnover. They need something here. Keep pounding it on the ground and hope one breaks.
What has worked well for both teams, I would be surprised if you don't see a jet sweep.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so hesitant.
Into range. Tight formation for the Cadets. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle and down to the 23-yard line.
And remember as well, Navy already used their timeout. So if Army does settle for the 3, Navy can't ice the kicker by any means as well.
Fullback Tyson Riley was on that run, excuse me. So it'll be 3rd and 8. Army. Now, one thing you could do is kick on 3rd down. That way, if you have a bad snap, you could always. But I think you're a little too far away to do that, considering if you did botch the snap, 4th down, it would be too long of a kick. So 3rd and 8, tight formation, Navy, Army. Here's the run, and Ballard just basically dives over to his left side to set up the field goal, about a 1-yard dive. There is a flag.
If this is on Army, this is killer. You can't afford this if it's on Army. If it's on Navy, you can't afford it either, because that means it would be an automatic 1st down. So whatever way this one goes, this thing is huge.
They've essentially let these two teams play, and now they're bringing out the hankies late.
Yeah, this late into overtime. It looks like it was
It's all personal foul on Navy. It's an automatic 1st down. No, it's going to be two personal fouls, a conflicting one on Army, so they'll offset. They were both after the play, so it's 4th down.
And it looked like Ajon Marshall was the one there to get the flag on Army, number 3.
I don't mean to cut you off because they're about to kick the ball, but I thought that was a little ticky-tack. That just looked like two guys playing football after the whistle.
Looked
okay.
like
Army's going to set up for the game-winning field goal. Overtime, 17-17 your score, 39-yard attempt for Miseki. Here's the snap, up and on the way. Good die! Army wins it 20-17 in double overtime. The first overtime in the history, the 123rd edition of Army-Navy football. Pretty good for your first one, Tones.
That was an instant thriller for my first game of the year. Instant satisfaction right there. I cannot believe the outcome we had. The over. Who would have thought that ended up coming in easily in this one? Navy put it all on the line. Army put it all on the line. Both of these teams poured all of their emotions out. You see Anton Hall on the ground crying. He was the victim of that late fumble. Sad to see there, but no need to hang your head. Great ending to the college football year. Too bad Army couldn't get into a bowl game with their 6 wins, because after something like this, very deserving to me. Just awesome stuff.
So Army ends their 1-year losing streak to Navy. Navy won it last year. Army wins it this year. We will be back, if all goes well, next year to bring you Army Navy. Who's your player of the game?
If I have to pick a player of the game for that one, to me, it goes with, you got to give it to Army guy, because they did win the game. And I would go with, I'm going to give it to Ballard for hanging in there. Never made quite a tremendous play, but hung tough, didn't turn the ball over at all. Made a couple key throws on that last possession in regulation when they ended up getting the game tying field goal. And I think that he did just enough to keep him in the game in terms of that 2-quarterback system. In fact, not turning the ball over by him was just as productive as getting some scoring drives. I'd give it to Ballard.
I think I go with Tyler, just because he was so dynamic, but I can't argue with Ballard. Heck, they're field goal kicker, and his name is escaping me right now. But
Quinn Moretsky?
No, the kid that blocked the punt.
Oh, number 44. I'm drawing a blank on Nolan Smith, I believe.
Yeah. So, it was obviously a collective effort. I think I give my game ball to Tyler just because he's the most dynamic player, but I can't argue with the Ballard one either. And obviously, the ball gets stripped out there at the goal line. Couldn't see in that scrum who knocked it out, but you got to give him, if this was a turducken on Thanksgiving Day, you'd have to give him a turkey leg as well, right?
Yeah, that was a really fun one. You'd have to give him a turkey leg as well. many turkey legs to go around there, and very fun game we had on our hands.
Well, that will do it for us, Army, Navy, in a thriller. Cody, I see your comment, and we appreciate you tuning in. And if you're overseas, I would assume you're probably serving this great country. If not, regardless, we do appreciate you tuning in, and we will be back next year to bring you Army, Navy. And of course, we'll be bringing you Thursday Night Football this coming Thursday, Seahawks and 49ers. And that could be a really big game.
Yeah, really big game for the NFC standings. Both of those teams need that one. Seattle on the downtrend, San Fran on the uptrend. We'll see how they appear when it comes time to meet their match.
All right, for all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterback Radio and Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee for Tones Areola. A thriller. Tones did a great job. We'll see you. Well, we'll see you on the Monday show, but we'll also see you Thursday night for NFL football.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it. Enjoy your weekend and get your holiday needs done.
Absolutely. Army wins it 20-17.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most valuable...
Hey, sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.